Bienvenue une fois encore pour station télévision NTN, côté nous avons mené directement ça qui a passé en Caille Constit ici à Jodia. Ça c'est la première session Caille Constit pour moi l'année 2024. Avec Jodia, nous qui avons une motion côté gouvernement pour prêter 11 500 000 $, particulièrement pour assister jeunesse à joindre plus, apprendre plus. Eh bien, on passe à aller plus loin. Je vais commencer tout à l'heure. Nous avons cet agent-là avec assistance qui suivre. Nous allons commencer tout à l'heure.
Whereas is provided in Section 63(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 15.01, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by affirmative resolution of Parliament, borrow from a bank or a financial institution for the capital or current expenditure of government. And whereas is further provided by Section 64 of the Act, that money borrowed by the government must be paid into and form part of the consolidated fund. And whereas the Minister of Finance considered it necessary to borrow an amount of US $42,700,000 from the Caribbean Development Bank Ordinary Capital Resources for Recovery and Resilience Building Policy-Based Loan. And whereas the loan is repayable in 48 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. And whereas the loan payments commence on the 1st day of January, the 1st day of April, the 1st day of July, and the 1st day of October of each year, after a grace period of 2 years, following the date of the loan, or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. And whereas the interest is payable at the rate of 4.9% per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding. And whereas the commitment fee is payable at a rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US $42,700,000 from the bank's ordinary capital resources for the Recovery and Resilience Building Policy Loan. The loan is repayable in 48 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. The loan payments commence on the 1st day of January, the 1st day of April, the 1st day of July, and the 1st day of October each year, after a grace period of 2 years, following the date of the loan, or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. Interest is payable at a rate of 4.9% per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding. The commitment fee is payable at a rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the loan to be disbursed. Mr. Speaker, we are seeking approval, Mr. Speaker, from the Parliament to borrow the sum of $42.7 million, Mr. Speaker, from the Caribbean Development Bank. That money is to be used for two purposes, Mr. Speaker: for modernization of the tax administration in the country, and two, for land administration services program. Mr. Speaker, it's a policy-based loan, Mr. Speaker, and a policy-based loan means that there are some prior conditions that government must meet, Mr. Speaker, before the loan is disbursed. That's why it's called a policy-based loan, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, part of these conditions, Mr. Speaker, that the bank must meet, we had to do some policy actions. We had to, these are the prerequisites, Mr. Speaker, for obtaining that loan. It's called a policy-based loan, Mr. Speaker. And we had to have some prior actions. The first prior action was, one, to enhance tax revenue and support fiscal stability. What did we do, Mr. Speaker? We introduced the health and security levy at the rate of 2.5% on goods and services, except food items, medicines, selected building materials, medical equipment and security, Mr. Speaker. And whilst we did that, we removed VAT on some building materials. So we put the 2.5% levy, and since we removed VAT on these building materials, Mr. Speaker, there was no 2.5 levy on these goods, Mr. Speaker. Further, Mr. Speaker, we removed VAT on medical equipment. And only last week, a local medical practitioner, last month, opened up modern facilities in Viewfort to save people who can't afford to take a helicopter and go abroad for services in the air, nose and throat. A local specialist, opened a modern equipment, a modern practice in Viewfort, and he did not have to pay the 12.5% VAT, Mr. Speaker. We also increased the excise tax on tobacco products. These were two of the revenue measures that we had. These were called policy action number one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, enhancing revenue is necessary. It's the same way the last government put $1.50 on every gallon of petrol that every person, including fishermen, they had to pay $1.50 on every gallon of petrol or diesel purchase. What have we done? We have removed that for the fishermen of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. We have removed it, Mr. Speaker. But the last government, even fishermen had to pay that increase in taxation, Mr. Speaker. And that $1.50, Mr. Speaker, was paid by everybody, all users, minibus drivers, taxi drivers, everyone, Mr. Speaker. But instead, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Speaker, you know, at that time, in the year 2019-2020, fuel was $13 per gallon. $13 per gallon, Mr. Speaker. And the government at the time, the revenue they got from that fuel, Mr. Speaker, the revenue, at that price, the revenue they collected from that was enhanced the collections at the time. But it was necessary because government needs money to run its services. It was necessary. But the price of fuel at the time it has never been lower during COVID because of low demand. $13 per gallon, Mr. Speaker. That's what it was at the time. Because the price of fuel on the world market was the lowest ever for a long time because of low demand in COVID. And talking about fuel, Mr. Speaker, we continue to subsidize LPG cooking gas, 20 pounds and 22 pound cylinder. The government continues to subsidize it. Every consumer who buys a 20 or 22 pound cylinder of gas, Mr. Speaker, the government contributes between $18 and $20 for every LPG container, Mr. Speaker. Much more than was ever subsidized before in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. The second prior policy action, Mr. Speaker, was to unify and enhance legislation related to public debt management. And the government has approved, through its parliament, the Debt Management Act, and approved the annual publication of the medium debt strategy starting in 2023, consistent with the policy framework of the Public Debt Management Act. Mr. Speaker, I want to read that again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. This government, instead of taking the shortcut and getting involved in DFCs below the line so that they can't get the scrutiny of the public of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, here's what this government did. unify and enhance legislation related to public debt management. The government has approved through its parliament the Public Debt Management Act and approved the annual publication of the medium-term debt strategy starting in 2023, consistent with the policy framework of the Public Debt Management Act, Mr. Speaker. That means when we borrow, we'll come to the whole parliament and we will come to the parliament and tell parliament the strategy of our borrowing, why and for what purpose, Mr. Speaker. Why and for what purpose, Mr. Speaker. So, in that case, Mr. Speaker, if we had ever borrowed $32 million to repair playing fields, we'd have been able to show the public of St. Lucia how many playing fields were borrowed, how many people were repaired, and where the $32 million was spent, Mr. Speaker. Policy action number 3, Mr. Speaker. The government through its cabinet has approved the public procurement regulations to promote and enforce the new Public Procurement Act. Mr. Speaker, the Public Procurement Act was there, but it needed regulations, and this government we published the regulations, Mr. Speaker. Prior policy action number 4, the government through its cabinet has approved public financial management regulations to promote and enforce the Public Finance Management Act, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, the last government had to implement a Public Finance Management Act to get a policy-based loan. So this is not new. Policy-based loans. So they had, but they published it without any regulations. But we have put regulations on the Public Finance Management Act, Mr. Speaker. The government approved the National Energy Policy to promote renewable energy and energy efficiency, Mr. Speaker. Something that this government has done. We have approved a National Energy Policy, Mr. Speaker, and that policy will find itself in legislation at a later date, Mr. Speaker. To respond to the current and future risks and impacts of climate change, the government has submitted a climate change bill to Parliament. We are going to be asking Parliament to approve this bill today by the Minister for Sustainable Development. He'll be leading the charge on that, Mr. Speaker. Prior action number 7, to address distressed businesses and the management of non-performing loans, the government has submitted the bankruptcy and insolvency bill to Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, this bill has had its first reading, and we are committed to that, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what. The difference in our government is that we are ensuring that when this insolvency bill passes, because, Mr. Speaker, there's a belief in this country that a failed business is a failed human being, Mr. Speaker. That is not true. You can fail in a business and you can reorganize yourself and you can come back, as they say in the jargon, will come back and will again, Mr. Speaker. So we need to have insolvency and bankruptcy in a particular framework. But there is one provision, Mr. Speaker, that we stand by. We are saying that in a man's home or woman's home or family home where they raise their family, the owner-occupied residence, there must be safeguards that that house cannot be taken willy-nilly by a bank. The insolvency bill, Mr. Speaker, must make provision for the protection of a resident's family, not building you have for rent or building you have for investment, but your family residence, Mr. Speaker. So, when a civil servant builds a house, Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that if one member of that family falls sick, or that member of the family has some level of distress, Mr. Speaker, the bank will have some consideration for that person. So the home where they raise their family cannot be just taken by a bank and sold as if it was a car or a piece of of furniture, Mr. Speaker. So that is why, so we are talking to the drafters of that bill, so we can ensure that that goes in the insolvency bill, Mr. Speaker. Prior action number 8, to improve medium micro and small businesses, medium businesses access to finance and expand the types of collateral available for MSME, the government approved the Security Interest in Movable Properties Act, aligned with legislative guide on secure transactions. Again, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Commerce gave you the entire history of MSMEs, Mr. Speaker. This government has made a direct investment into MSMEs. A direct investment, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister outlined in a statement, it's the same way. Only last week, we will inject over a period of time $20 million in the youth economy to ensure youth enterprises, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, part of the proceeds from that bill, Mr. Speaker, will be used to reorganize the tax administration of this country. I'll tell you what, Mr. Speaker. This government has given the most generous tax amnesty in the history of St. Lucia. No government has ever said taxes due before 2000 will be written off completely. Before 2000 will be written off completely, Mr. Speaker. All interest and taxes due, penalty, everything before will be written off completely, Mr. Speaker. And after that, all interest and penalties, all taxes due before 2000 are written off. Everything. Even the tax. After, between...
No, but what you're laughing at, they correct you. What you laughing at? What you laughing at, they correct you. It what? It makes no sense? Hey.
Taxes due, all penalties and interest due after that period, Mr. Speaker, and fines are written off. But the entire tax due before 2000 is written off. Also, Mr. Speaker, VAT. And I want to make a point about VAT, Mr. Speaker. Do you know VAT is money that's collected by business people on behalf of the government to be given back to the government, Mr. Speaker? Every 25th or something sort of month. And then there's a reconciliation, it's done, and then if you owe the government, you give the government, if the government owes you, they pay it back for you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some people have collected that VAT and they have not given it back to the government. They've not. So what we've done, Mr. Speaker, is to have a clean slate, because you know, when we come and talk about balance sheets and enhancing balance sheets of government and playing that they can use words people don't understand, and using these words can influence people, make you believe that you know something other people don't know. Very simple, Mr. Speaker. When a balance sheet is prepared, there is something called, there are two issues on the balance sheet. There's a provision for tax and there's a tax liability. The tax liability is on the income statement and the provision of tax is on the balance sheet. What happens, Mr. Speaker? That the tax for the year, less payments, is shown on the balance sheet, and the actual tax for the coming year or for the year in question is shown on the income statement. So what happens on a balance sheet is that if there are fines and taxes, these are shown on the balance sheet as a credit in the liability section of the balance sheet. So your balance sheet will show that you have liabilities or penalties, fines and interest, plus the tax that you owe on the balance sheet. And the tax for the year in question is shown on income statement. What that means is, if you have an audit, your auditor will say to you, you have a tax liability. If you don't have an audit, it will just be there. It will cause provision for income tax. Sometimes it's so big that in certain enterprises, it's called a prior tax liability. So it can be shown as a significant factor on your balance sheet, because when a creditor or when a bank or when a financial institution wants to lend you money, they look at how much money you owe the government in terms of taxes, because the government has the first charge if anything goes wrong, Mr. Speaker. So we've said, to strengthen these balance sheets, Mr. Speaker, we've written off all the fines, all the penalties, and all the interest on these taxes. So we're saying to the firm, to the business, pay me only what you owe me. And the fines and the penalties will waive it for you. So that means in your balance sheet, you can debit your provision for income tax, which will reduce your liabilities and increase your net assets. That's what we did, Mr. Speaker. That is how we try to strengthen the balance sheets of businesses, Mr. Speaker. That is not talk, action, Mr. Speaker. Not talk. Not just get them and say things that sound good and think that will never happen, but you say it happen. But just because you say it happen and it sounds good, it will happen. Real, tangible things that will affect the balance sheets of businesses, Mr. Speaker. That's what we did. So, this government's record on tax, no government, and I said that any fear or favor, no government can beat our record on tax amnesties for the people of St. Lucia. No government. No government has helped businesses more as far as tax is concerned. No government. None at all. None at all, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to put it on the record for the young people in St. Lucia. Do you know there was a time when you could not leave St. Lucia without a tax clearance? Yeah, on the airport. But when you hear them talking, and you know, Mr. Speaker, the more you catch them not speaking the truth, is the more they double back on not speaking the truth. And the more they try to convince themselves that they're speaking the truth, Mr. Speaker. We were the ones who removed that provision from the laws of from the practical workings in St. Lucia. It was Kenny Anthony. Oh, you remember that? You remember that, eh? But you won't tell them. That's why when they say you build a bridge, you should say it's not me. You must not encourage wrongdoing. You're a good man, but you insist in encouraging wrongdoing. Don't do that, man. That's not you. I know you well. Don't do that. We'll build a bridge. So, don't let anybody use you, comrade. You're a good boy. So, you need a tax clearance. You need a tax clearance, Mr. Speaker. A tax clearance to leave this country. You have to pay $5 for it. And then many people, Mr. Speaker, including people who used to have to run away from St. Lucia, they couldn't live on the airport because they have the tax clearance. So they're only going to take a boat and go to Martin to get away because they didn't have no tax clearance, Mr. Speaker. That wasn't the laws of St. Lucia. That wasn't the laws of St. Lucia. But, Mr. Speaker, they come and they pretend this government wants to stop you from traveling. This government wants to seize your property. All in the laws of St. Lucia. What we are doing, we are cleaning that up. So what we did, and again, Mr. Speaker, it shows you the level of transparency in our government, Mr. Speaker. We did not, the Inland Revenue, put out that legislation, and the Minister of Finance did not know, because we had nothing to hide. I didn't call the Inland Revenue and chastise them, or call the Permanent Secretary of Finance and chastise him, because we have nothing to hide. That was what? No, that was discussion. But let me tell you further, Mr. Speaker, that was discussion, Mr. Speaker. No, Mr. Speaker, even when the last government did something good, they're so in a hurry. Mr. Speaker, listen to me carefully. Listen to me carefully. even when the last government did something good, they're so in a hurry to criticize us. They're not even remembering what they did was good.
That's started.
It was amusing. And the sad thing is that some young people and some other surrogates just rushing it. You know, Mr. Speaker, who started the Tax Administration and Procedures Bill? The last government. And the intention was good. The intention was there are certain laws related to tax in St. Lucia. So you put all of them in one piece of concise legislation, and you remove all the provisions that are not necessary. They started it. You know, it's amusing, Mr. Speaker. So instead of saying that that's a good thing, let's join in cleaning it up for the whole country to benefit from it. They attack it, they criticize it because it is a chance now to attack Philip JPA, attack him, this, that, blah, 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 blah. Something they started, you know. It really, remember for sure, remember that, of course. You remember the cabinet memo, October something, when you instructed the Ministry of Finance to put all these certain laws together. Huh? But that was never prepared. Elections came, you lost. So the draft came out after, but we didn't approve the draft. The draft was not approved. Minister, the draft was not approved.
Discussion.
It was for Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
That's how you used to govern.
Mr. Speaker.
That's how you used to govern.
Mr. Speaker. You know, the difference between them and us, Mr. Speaker, is we trust our civil servants. I want to tell you here in this honorable house that no tax administration draft ever came to the cabinet of St. Lucia. Never. Because what was out was for discussion to see if we could get a proper document so we can prepare a draft to come to this country. You see, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, that's not your business. You're not there again. That's your business. That's not your business. Now I answer you. You don't deserve an answer. I answer you. Mr. Speaker, if you think you get me annoyed, you can never get me annoyed. I'm bigger than you. You're trying, but I'm bigger than you. You see? And that's why you will not accept what happened. You must accept it. Let them tell you. Sean, tell him. Okay. Mr. Speaker, another key operation, Mr. Speaker, of the bill. Another one, Mr. Speaker, another, we'll also use, Mr. Speaker, that money, Mr. Speaker, that loan, for what we call land administration services, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
members,
you know, there is something that we must do as a country. We must own up, one, to our debt, and we must own up to when we make a mistake, Mr. Speaker. And we must try to do better the next time. Government I was part of, and governments before, they have acquired people's land and have not paid them. Mr. Speaker, the Land Administration Act, Mr. Speaker, seeks to clear
member for Miku South and member for Castries Central. Member for Miku South and member for Castries Central. Now I've allowed your members. Member for Castries Central.
Member for Castries Central. Speaker is Subsidy.
Prime Minister, member for Castries Central, and member for Miku South. I've allowed you all the latitude to be able to do the cross talk. However, we're dealing with the business of the House. Please allow the Prime Minister to continue with his presentation. Go ahead, Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that's what he encourages. Not his fault, he encourages. That's what he encourages, Mr. Speaker. That's what he encourages. So, Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is that we're trying, if we can, Mr. Speaker, if we can cause some order, Mr. Speaker, in the administration of land services in terms of so you can put some order in land acquisition in this country, Mr. Speaker. So we've taken the bold step to borrow money, Mr. Speaker, because we know that people need compensation. So it's something that will be part of an entire program that will be done by the Ministry of Physical Development, so we see if we can limit that liability that the government owes to the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we believe, Mr. Speaker, that these two pieces of legislation, Mr. Speaker, will help in two significant areas. One, in tax administration, Mr. Speaker, helping to make the records easier, helping to get the tax department. Because, Mr. Speaker, another thing, Mr. Speaker, we approved tax refunds repayment for the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, the government took a conscious effort, which was followed by other Caribbean islands, to pay tax refunds, Mr. Speaker. But because of the way the system in the tax department is, an archaic system, a system that the information is not readily available, Mr. Speaker, that was part of the reason why the Inner Revenue was not able to pay the total amount of tax refunds in the money that was made available to them, Mr. Speaker. Because of the archaic nature, all the paper, all etc. in the Revenue Department. So that money, Mr. Speaker, will be used to improve the information technology capabilities, to improve the information processes, so the taxpayer can be better served, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have, Mr. Speaker, also that loan, Mr. Speaker, the policy-based loan is called a PBL, the interest rate, under consideration. You see, that's why it's called the Land Administration Act. We see what you have to do with a total package. Probably discuss with people, get them back their land. You know, it's a total package. It's not only the interest rate. Yeah. Something that can be considered. Yeah. That's a good idea. So we can consider it because it's statutory interest, right? Something that can be considered. Yeah. That can be considered. Yeah. Well, I told him already. I just told you that the member for Choiseul is a good man.
You're a good man, just bad company.
I just told you that. Leave him alone.
No, you're a good man, just bad company. Good man, just bad company.
Mr. Speaker, the rate of interest on that loan is 4.9%, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, and as the point that the minister made, the member for Choiseul made, Mr. Speaker, as compared to 6% that we pay on acquisition. So it's 4.9%, so we have to deal with that discrepancy, Mr. So, Mr. Speaker, I think Mr. Speaker, this is an important piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. It will help, first of all, it will help serve the people of St. Lucia better. Serve them better in terms of tax, and also serve them better in terms of the land that has been acquired, a land that has been acquired for years, Mr. Speaker. For land that has been acquired for years, Mr. Speaker, and we see if we can put some order in that, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge members I urge members, Mr. Speaker, to pass this resolution, Mr. Speaker, which will help, Mr. Speaker, solve many problems that have existed in this country for a very long time, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US $42,700,000 from the bank's ordinary capital resource for the Recovery and Resilience Building Policy-based loan. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 48 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. B, the loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year after a grace period of 2 years following the date of the loan or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. C, interest is payable at a rate of 4.9% per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding. D, a commitment fee is payable at a rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed.
Mr. Speaker, this
Honorable Prime Minister.
This bill, Mr. Speaker, has met the approval of members of the House. So this resolution, Mr. Speaker, so I move that.
Since the time? Since the time?
Go ahead, Prime Minister.
Really?
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, honestly, you looked over at me, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Miku South.
Yes.
You will stand when the Speaker acknowledges you.
I thought you acknowledged me.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Member for Miku South.
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr.
In this honorable House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You will stand.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
When the Speaker acknowledges you.
Speaker, I'm asking.
Member for Miku South.
I looked at you and
Member for Miku South.
Mic on, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Miku South.
Mr.
You
Speaker,
understand?
I am not going to sit down, Mr. Speaker. I am demanding
if you are not going to sit down, member,
come here and represent the people from Miku South and the people of this country. That's not right, Mr. Speaker. We're coming to this House to borrow $40 million US, and you want to close the debate just like that?
Member,
and I had my speaker up?
Relax.
Come on. Come on.
Mr. Speaker, even if, Mr. Speaker, the member from Miku South continues to want to disrespect this honorable House, I think, Mr. Speaker, that in the interest of the people hearing the misinformation that he will utter and the fact that I have an opportunity to respond, Mr. Speaker, I beg you to, even if his light came on after mine, I beg you to allow him to continue. Because there's nothing he can say there that I cannot. But Mr. This disrespect is not only right, Mr. Speaker, has happened to every speaker in this honorable House. The member from Miku South has disrespected every speaker in this honorable House. One of his own speakers had to be carried out of this House after he disrespected her in his parliament. So Mr. Speaker, in this regard, I yield.
Members, let's get something straight. The chair, it's not Honorable Jeremiah, but the chair, whoever sits in the chair, runs the business of the House. Everyone in this House knows how we operate. You turn on your light and you catch the speaker's eye. I looked all around, I looked again. I can confirm that I looked on more than 2 occasions. I looked around, nobody turned on their lights, and there was sufficient time to turn on the lights. And then there's a cat and mouse. The Prime Minister turns on his light, and you run to turn on your light, and then we're not going to play these games. I'm not going to accept it. I do not know which other speaker accepted it. This speaker is not going to accept it. And in an attempt to be fair, we have to take the business of this House seriously. It cannot be cat and mouse. We have young people looking at the proceedings happening in this House, and we have to take the business of this House, of this honorable House, seriously. And I'm not going to tolerate, and nobody is going to say in this House when I sit in this chair that they're not going to take their seat and that you're going to proceed. This is not going to happen under my watch. Whatever action has to happen to ensure that this House is running a way that is cordial, I'm going to make sure that this House is running a way that's cordial. I'm not going to accept this from anybody, absolutely anybody. Not a member of the opposition, not a member of this government. And this is the position that I'm going to stand by. This cat and mouse and childish game, we cannot continue like that in this house.
Everybody else in Lucia see what's good. You go right ahead. Go ahead. Keep fooling the people of St. No, everybody's right. A $40 million goal and don't come and take.
Member.
Shame on you.
Member.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Okay? I put on my life. And if you don't see the importance of it, then so be it. And I think those are the people of St. Lucia. But they ask you to speak. I don't need the people of St. Lucia. Who's asking me to speak? Come on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member. Honorable Prime Minister.
Ridiculous. $40 million are coming to borrow. You don't want anybody to speak. Why don't have to highlight that?
Mr. Speaker,
Now know the truth.
since the member from
Now know what the truth is.
since the member from Microsoft,
Don't talk about putting people.
Member, you're not going to disturb. You're not going to disturb this honorable house. You're not going to disturb this honorable house.
You've disturbed it. You've disturbed
Member.
the democracy of the country.
Member.
You've disturbed the democracy.
You're not going to disturb this
You have
honorable house.
disturbed the democracy of the country. I hope you can live with it.
Member for Castries East, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, I want to make it clear for the record, Mr. Speaker, that I yielded to the member for Microsoft. I said that even if he did not put his mic on, even if mine was on before him, for the interest of me being able to respond to the misinformation that he will utter, Mr. Speaker, I yielded. I want the record to show that I yielded for the member from Microsoft, but as usual, seeking sympathy, he refused to speak, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that members support this resolution, Mr. Speaker, this resolution to borrow $42.7 million US from the Caribbean Development Bank for recovery and resilience building policy-based loan. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of USD $42,700,000 from the bank's ordinary capital resource for recovery and resilience building policy-based loan. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 48 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. B, the loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year after a grace period of 2 years following the date of the loan or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. C, interest is payable at a rate of 4.9% per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding. And D, a commitment fee is payable at a rate of 1% per annum on the amount of the loan disbursed. I now put the question. As many have that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many have a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the following resolution, signing my name. Whereas provided in Section 63(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 15.0 on the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, borrow from a bank or other financial institution for the capital or current expenditure of government. And whereas it's further provided under Section 64 of the Act that money borrowed by the government must be paid into and form part of the consolidated fund. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to borrow an amount of US $2.343 million, the loan from the Caribbean Development Fund to finance the implementation of the Community Tourism Program, and whereas the loan is payable in 12 years commencing from the date of disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a grace period of 2 years, and whereas the loan is repayable in 40 equal, approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on the 40th day of March, the 40th day of June, and the 40th of September, and the 40th day of December of each year, over 10 years after the expiration of 2 years and from the date of disbursement of the loan, and whereas interest is payable at a rate of 3% per annum, be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US $2,243,908, the loan from the Caribbean Development Fund, to finance the implementation of the Community Tourism Program. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 12 years, commencing from the date of disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a grace period of 2 years. The loan is repayable in 40 equal, approximately equal, and consecutive quarterly installments on the 40th day of March, the 40th day of June, the 40th day of September, and the 40th day of December of each year, over 10 years, after the expiration of 2 years following the date of disbursement of the loan. Interest is payable at a rate of 3% per annum. Mr. Speaker, this loan, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister for Tourism will basically expound on, Mr. Speaker, is to borrow from the Caribbean Bank for the Community Tourism Program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Community Tourism Program is based on a philosophy that the benefits of tourism must accrue to as many people as possible. We believe that the only time that the people of St. Lucia or the people of any country will truly understand and will truly be able to protect the industry, Mr. Speaker, is when they benefit from it in their pocketbooks. And that is the purpose of the Community Tourism Program, Mr. Speaker. It is seek to enhance free air, Mr. Speaker, the Denry fish fry, the parliamentary representative Denry will be very happy to hear that, Mr. Speaker. A seamless experience at Prale Bay in Miku. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you know where Prale is. The Mon Lay-by in Kashi, Mr. Speaker, and again, the Mon Lay-by Kashi, Mr. Speaker. You know, history has a very fond way, sometimes cruel, of history has a way of coming back, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Mon Lay-by, I remember one day when I was Minister for Tourism, Mr. Speaker, tourists used to go and stand in the Mon area there to overlook the beautiful city of Castries. And when the tourists wanted to use the washroom, the taxi driver says to go over there. And the tourists used to walk and say, go over there, go over there, go over there. And they're walking to find where there is, but there's no there is a bush. Because there were no toilet facilities in that area. So when you tell the tourists go there, is a bush you're heading for. And they couldn't understand how there was the bush. So we came to the cabinet, and the Prime Minister was, the Mayor was Prime Minister, and we spoke about building some toilet facilities up in that area for the tourists to use. And then we got that going, Mr. Speaker. Then we also had a little space for the vendors. And our other government, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I'm right, we put the facility that was there, Mr. Speaker. So we did it, our government did the toilets, and the other government did...
We did everything.
Huh? The viewing deck, yeah, was done, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, that was again history, and right now we are back to renovate it and make it look nicer, Mr. Speaker. History has a way. And Mr. Speaker, all how they try to deny the history will come back, Mr. Speaker. You can't keep a good man down. You can't. And these things are coming back, Mr. Speaker. So that's the Mon Lay-by in Castries. And the other one is the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception and the First Martyr Shrine in Castries. Mr. Speaker, do you know that the cathedral is a historic building, Mr. Speaker, for lots of historical value? It's the same with the prison. The old prison was a historic... You know, Mr. Speaker, this misinformation and this lies and these inconvenient truths, to quote someone, that we in St. Lucia don't want to deal with, Mr. Speaker. Do you know prisons are historical buildings? Prisons are part of the history of a country. the nature heritage, the heritage of a country, Mr. Speaker. There are countries in the world where the president's palace is in a prison, an old prison, Mr. Speaker. Prisons have a value. But when they come to tell you about 80-year-old buildings, buildings have historical value. But it's to fool people, to guide people, to bluff people. All buildings, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are institutions, archaeological and historical societies in the world that look to redo all buildings, Mr. Speaker, to make them a site, with the architecture. If you look in places like London, you see these buildings are built with our labor, with our slave labor, Mr. Speaker. These buildings are built and they are preserved. But he comes and talk about all building, denigrating St. Lucians, all building, Mr. Speaker. So that's what we're going to be doing in the cathedral, a martyr shrine, Mr. Speaker. And again, Mr. Speaker, I remember again. Now I wouldn't say that because it was this government, Mr. Speaker, and this Prime Minister who, when the church was redoing all its arts and its culture and its painting, Mr. Speaker, we made a contribution, didn't we? Yeah. All right, we made a contribution, Mr. Speaker, to enhance. Again, history. It's really a good time to be labor, you know. It's a good time to be labor. Really, it's a good time. It's a good time to be labor, Mr. Speaker. Because again, when we were enhancing the church, Mr. Speaker, it was this government that helped the church. We encouraged them, and we never played politics. The member for Viewford South was very clear that there'll be absolutely no political connotation that the nation, Mr. Speaker. And right now, on the labor again, we are creating a master's shrine at the cathedral, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, very soon from now, we are going to be demolishing the old courthouse. Very soon from now. If you go there now, you'll see the air conditions and windows, some of them have been taken off. But Mr. Speaker, look at how we do our business, Mr. Speaker. I instructed NIPRO to write the National Trust to inform them that we are going to be demolishing that building and come and discuss with us if there is anything, any picture inside, any chair, any artifact that they would like, so we can't destroy it. That's how we do our business. We wrote them to preserve that patrimony, the patrimony that they say is your pocketbook. That is how, Mr. Speaker, that is the way we run our business, Mr. Speaker. So very soon, Mr. Speaker, you will see demolition happening in the old courthouse building. Mr. Speaker, for the building of an architectural pleasing house of justice for the courts of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. Very soon, Mr. Speaker, we don't talk. Only what they talk about is plans they had. Plans. They had plans to build some hotels. They had plans to have 23 islands. They had plans for Pearl of the Caribbean. But we are showing it what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. So that cathedral will get added prominence. Because that cathedral is a historic site. Tourists already go there to view the architecture, to view what's in there, Mr. Speaker. So that money is going to be used for these purposes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister will expand, Mr. Speaker, as his Honorable House to support this rather meaningful resolution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that Parliament be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of $2,343,908, the loan from the CARICOM Development Fund to finance the implementation of the Community Tourism Program. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 12 years commencing from the date of disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a grace period of 2 years. B, the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on the 30th day of March, the 30th day of June, the 30th day of September, and the 30th day of December of each year over 10 years after the expiration of 2 years following the date of disbursement of the loan. C, interest is payable at a rate of 3% per annum. Member for Liability.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would just like to make a brief intervention on this motion before we get into the cauldron of this debate. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that it is a great day for the government of the day to present motions that are impacting positively on the lives of the people of this country, and of course, injecting new meaning in the economic life of St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I fully support the resolution put forward by the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance to borrow an amount of US $2,343,908 from the CARICOM Development Fund to finance the implementation of the community tourism program. The loan, Mr. Speaker, as indicated by the Prime Minister, is to be repaid over 12 years commencing from the date of disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a 2-year grace period. The interest rate on the loan, Mr. Speaker, is 3% per annum. Very good, given the type of interest rates we have globally. The loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal quarterly installments on the 30th of March, 30th of June, 30th of September, and 30th of December in each year. This new borrowing, Mr. Speaker, represents an expansion in borrowing for community tourism from the CARICOM Development Fund. Our government has also significantly reshaped the model of community tourism that was being promoted by the former administration. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that many tourists prefer the authentic experience of community tourism, and we therefore need to cater for this class of tourists. We have witnessed a significant expansion in Airbnbs, Mr. Speaker, in St. Lucia, with many now being located in some of our villages or communities. These smaller developments in our villages and communities, Mr. Speaker, bring significant benefit to these communities in the form of rental income, taxis, restaurants, employment, and other amenities and services. This also provides an opportunity for diversifying the tourist product and ensuring that the benefits of tourism are shared geographically in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, earlier I mentioned tourism's contribution to the economy of St. Lucia, to GDP in particular. And obviously, this particular resolution on borrowing must be viewed in consonance with the overall strategy of the government to ensure we have sustained economic growth in this country. And Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party government, ably led by the Honourable Member for Castries East, has transformed the economy of St. Lucia resulting in growth rates of 12.2% and 18.1% in 2021 and 2022, following a massive contraction of 25.4% in 2020. That's when members opposite tampered with the levers of power. There has also been a significant fiscal turnaround as reflected in the overall balance as a percentage of GDP, moving from a deficit of 12.2% in fiscal year 2020-2021 to narrowing to 5.5% in fiscal year 2021-2022 and to 1.5% in fiscal year 2022-2023. Similarly, the primary deficit narrowed from 8.2% in fiscal year 2020-2021 to 2.2% in the fiscal year 2021-2022 and moving to a surplus of 1.3% in the fiscal year 2022-2023. In line with this turnaround in fiscal performance, our debt to GDP ratios has come down from a peak of 98.1% in 2020 to 85.9% in 2021 and to 69.8% in 2022. The unemployment rate, again, Mr. Speaker, we're looking at it in a holistic fashion. The unemployment rate, which increased slightly from 21.7% in 2020 to 21.9% in 2021, fell in 2022. We expect, Mr. Speaker, that the favorable economic performances will continue in 2023. These numbers will be released very shortly when the budget policy statement is read by the Honorable Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, these numbers show the remarkable turnaround in economic, fiscal and labor market performance in St. Lucia since our government has taken over the reins of power in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, we now wish to move into a phase of consolidated expansion to further increase growth, productivity and employment. Mr. Speaker, the goal of this government is to increase the standard of living of the population and to reduce the unemployment rate into single digits. And this is why community tourism is so important, so that the indigenous population can extract economic benefits from that particular sector, thereby making their own demand for goods and services in the economy and stimulating growth as part of a diversification strategy. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, we have seen an increase in business confidence in the economy of St. Lucia by the latest survey carried out by the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce, an independent entity. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, we have also witnessed a surge in foreign investment in St. Lucia. It is clear that the private sector will realize a significant expansion in the future. We therefore need to ensure that the government can support these investments through its public sector investment program. We are by now all aware, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance has announced that fiscal year 2024-2025 as the year of infrastructure. We therefore expect, Mr. Speaker, that there will be an expansion in infrastructural spending to close the infrastructure deficit. Again, providing the conducive environment for investment in tourism, and of course, making the various communities more attractive for our visitors who want that community experience. This will require, Mr. Speaker, inflows of concessionary capital to finance St. Lucia's development. We will not do like the previous government, Mr. Speaker, in borrowing huge sums of money with very little to show for all of this borrowing. They borrowed in the vicinity of $1 billion with nothing to show. And any one of them that want to debate that, come with the social and economic review, and we shall add the figures together, and you will see that no doubt $1 billion. And I want them to take me around St. Lucia to show what they accomplish with such levels of borrowing. However, with the borrowings that we are engaged in is to really deal with the productive sectors of the economy. Borrowing by our government, Mr. Speaker, will be in highly productive activities supporting and sustaining economic growth and development. You can see it's very different to the former administration. If you borrow about $1 billion and you inject that in the economy, there is no way our country could have been in a recession in 2019. Impossible. But you see, it was a Simegwen-Puin operation. The virtue and value of a policy-based loan, Mr. Speaker, like we saw just in the previous motion, Mr. Speaker, is to give the government the flexibility to deal with the economy. And then we come in with the CDF now as an integral part of that infrastructure to return our country to a solid path of economic growth. And we cannot be surprised that in such an environment, they resort to propaganda as a weapon to try to destroy this government, to try to mislead the people of this country into believing that the government is not delivering. But we are not going to be distracted, Mr. Speaker. We are going to remain solidly on course and deliver to the people of this country. And at the end of the term, they will see the baton relay of success right around this country, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to again accentuate my support for the borrowing in that regard, Mr. Speaker. Long live the St. Lucia Labour Party government. Long live the Honorable Philip J. Pierre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your line.
Member for Babuno.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bill of the motion to borrow $2,334,908 US. That's approximately 6 million EC dollars for community tourism. And Mr. Speaker, just give me a few minutes, I'll take leave to congratulate all St. Lucians on the occasion of our 45th independence anniversary. Mr. Speaker, when I heard the Prime Minister, member for Castries East, outline some of the critical areas that will be addressed under this motion and the previous motions, Mr. Speaker, I said no wonder the Prime Minister is accused of not having a plan. What he has, Mr. Speaker, is action, because I found out that the opposite side had many plans, but there were no actions following the plan. So the actions precede any plan. With community tourism, Mr. Speaker, I see the opportunity for all communities in St. Lucia to benefit from community tourism. And I lend my full support to this motion and other motions that have been tabled on this floor in sharing what we call the pie, the community, the tourism pie. Because tourism is our leading economic activity to generate revenue to sustain this country. And every St. Lucian will want to have a share of that pie. And I think it will be an opportunity for each community, each constituency to be branded under tourism. And I can see the brand that I will give my constituency, which is agro-tourism, because my constituency is well known for agriculture. And if we do not have agriculture, I saw the Minister of Agriculture there smiling. Without agriculture, we cannot have tourism. It means we have to import everything we need to serve our tourists. And our tourists are coming here to experience the indigenous things that we have. What is St. Lucian? And if we can produce things here, not just agriculture, craft. I can see Strozel going into craft tourism, Sufra going into tourism, agro, because the tourism is their baby. They are the heartbeat of tourism. And as you move around, you can see some distinct features that highlights some of the communities. And Mr. Speaker, I can see this exploding and growing from strength to strength. The community tourism, as I spoke earlier, Mr. Speaker, will give rise to food security. We have to produce, we have to have supplies to serve our tourists. And it is also going to boost the agricultural sector, because persons working in the agricultural sector will find markets for their produce. So you can see the correlation, the collaboration, the interrelated connection of all different sectors. Mr. Speaker, as was outlined, some communities are starting off, and I think all other communities are waiting with bated breath on when the turn will come. And we may have to start and invite the Ministry of Tourism to come along, because we are on a ticking time, a clock ticking, and therefore some persons may not have all the time to wait. Mr. Speaker, I see community tourism and all the other initiatives undertaken by this government under the leadership of the member for Castries East and also Prime Minister of this country, as really focusing on our young people. And too many times we hear people speak about they are not catering for the youth. How else can we cater for the youth, Mr. Speaker? Community tourism will create opportunities for them to start their own business. We have the youth economy that's specifically for youth to start their own business, create employment, and they can develop their business around tourism. We have the semi-professional football league, sports tourism. We have the 7-crop program by Ministry of Agriculture, food security, agro-tourism. We have micro, small, and medium-sized businesses. They create opportunities. They can make some of them tourism. They can make some in agriculture. It is very wide. We have the contribution made in education that was debated earlier this morning, Mr. Speaker, and the heavy investment in education that is in our youth, Mr. Speaker. We have health, universal health care. We want our young persons to live longer. So we are preparing them for the future. All these programs are focusing on the youth. And when we talk about community tourism, Mr. Speaker, infrastructure. Infrastructure, we cannot allow persons to come here and they do not have a smooth ride. So infrastructure is linked to community tourism. And don't tell them, oh, you are going in the bush somewhere in Babono and therefore the road is not good. They will need good roads to go to their community tourism. So we can marry that. Mr. Speaker, we have the issue of equity and the social programs so that our people here begin to receive our tourists, visitors to our country, and treat them well, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I can safely go on record, in spite of all what people may say about this country, the Helen of the West, my experience working in St. Lucia, my experience working regionally, my experience working globally reveals that in the Caribbean, St. Lucia has a set of people that are most friendly.
Amen.
And this is not something I'm asking you, Mr. Speaker. I'm telling you based on my experience working in the region internationally for over 3 decades. And this is what goes for us. And tourism is benefiting heavily on how St. Lucians are hospitable, how they are friendly, and how they make people feel welcome in our society. And therefore, our social programs play a critical role in developing this positive attitude. Mr. Speaker, as we look at community tourism, I heard my colleague, parliamentarian from Liability, spoke about the baton relay. We are waiting for our turn. I know the member for Castries East will be handing us the baton. And I notice I'm seeing photos they are sending me here, Mr. Speaker, and the people in Babono are busy transforming the community because we want Babono to be the cleanest community for the baton relay, Mr. Speaker. And this baton relay, Mr. Speaker, as we talk of community tourism, is actually exposing St. Lucia to the world. The good, the bad, or the ugly will come out. And therefore we must ensure that we have good coming out. And it goes in every community. And if we profit this community tourism, it will be a major marketing tool for tourism in St. Lucia. It's going to bring out our rich history. Things people never knew about our country will come out in the baton relay and collaborating with community tourism. It brings out persons of different personalities, persons who have contributed to the development of our country. That is an important tourism product, Mr. Speaker. It is a marketing tool. It's going to boost community tourism, and people will want to visit that place. They saw it on the baton relay. Where can I go? Where do they have this? Where do they have that? That is partnering with community tourism to broaden the product. Mr. Speaker, I am fully cognizant that tourism is important. Community tourism and the other related activities around that is critical for economic growth to facilitate development in our country. And Mr. Speaker, moi vle di l'argent ça la nous ka prêté pour $6 millions cette ici. L'argent ça la nous ka servi pour bay tout le monde au lieu cette ici un petit morceau en dollar touriste là. Et c'est ça qui a mené un chai plaisir by cette lycée. Côté tout le monde qui a joué un petit morceau en tourisme. Ou ça a été Mikou, ou ça a été Denry, ou ça a été Soufouya, ou ça a été Babono, Gozile, touristes là qui a tout partout cette lycée. Et tout le monde qui a fait un petit dollar. Puis ça mette manger à sous table là, puis ça voit ici à l'école, puis prend qu'elle santé, puis aller à faire une commission, et puis vivre en bonnes conditions. That is the benefit of community tourism in St. Lucia. And for this, Mr. Speaker, I give my full support to this motion as we await, all of us here, await our fair share of this pie. I thank you.
Member for Denry South.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here in full support of this resolution before us to borrow $6 million EC dollars that I am sure would benefit Denry South. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you've heard of the Denry Saturday Fish Fiesta, what people usually call Alessab Denryan. And that is where, Mr. Speaker, since 1999, we've had an activity called the Saturday Fish Fiesta. And Mr. Speaker, I remember when this activity started, I had to put my hand in my pocket to get $300 to have the first activity where we had to pay a steel band from Viewfort to perform on the beach. And I want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank Mr. Benedict James, because A.K. Godo, Mr. Godo, right? And he was the one who really came together after the closure of Bell Fashions, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the former Prime Minister. When Bell Fashions closed, we had some real problems with workers there because the company left, and it was the St. Lucia Labour Party government that paid off the people, the workers there at the time. Mr. Speaker, when this activity commenced, it started, we had 21 vendors. And every Saturday night, you would have difficulty driving through the streets of Denry because vehicles were parked in La Pointe and on the Fish Fiesta grounds on the high street because thousands of persons were coming to Denry to participate in the activity. Mr. Speaker, the spin-off effect was great. Our fishers would be selling the fish. The vendors would purchase ice from persons who were preparing ice deliberately for that activity. The small shops where they were buying the drinks, and all of that, Mr. Speaker, including creating short-term employment for a number of our unemployed young men and women in the constituency. But Mr. Speaker, we saw a downturn from the time COVID started, because obviously during that time most persons would have been home, and as a result the activity started getting to a low. But luckily for us, up to now, we still have 2 vendors still operating on the facility. But Mr. Speaker, I made a campaign promise to the people of Denry South that once I get elected and my party wins the election, I would definitely give attention to this activity. And Mr. Speaker, I was very happy when I heard the Prime Minister mention that the Denry Fish Fiesta would benefit from the community tourism activity. Mr. Speaker, we know that Denry South, especially where the site is in close proximity to the Atlantic side of the ocean, and sometimes sea surges and so on can make things uncomfortable for us. So in the scope of works, we are looking at what we call a sea defense as a continuation of what we had before under the St. Lucia Labour Party during the term of Honorable Damian Greaves, to continue extending it towards the front part of the site to be able to ensure that we do not have problems in terms of the sea invading the site. We are also going to construct new vending booths, Mr. Speaker, sitting facility, washroom facility, Mr. Speaker, because a number of persons coming there in the past have been experiencing problems in terms of the use of the washrooms, Mr. Speaker. We are going to be improving the whole lighting on the beachfront, and we're going to provide make provisions for new walkways, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are also ensuring that we're going to include health and safety standards on the beachfront, Mr. Speaker, and to be able to offer to the people of St. Lucia an authentic village experience in Denry South. So I must say I'm very happy for the opportunity to benefit from the community tourism project, and I do hope, Mr. Speaker, I have the confidence, Mr. Speaker, it will create opportunities for our young people. our young unemployed people, Mr. Speaker, we know a lot of them, both men and women, have the skills in terms of singing and various forms of, performing, Mr. Speaker. And we've been doing that. We've seen the talents, and we believe that is an opportunity for us to be able to help them showcase their talents during this activity on a Saturday. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my attaché for understanding the situation regarding the Fish Fiesta, and he was able to put together a very, very excellent proposal that caught the attention of the members who were actually doing the selection, Mr. Speaker. And I was happy when the Minister for Tourism mentioned that Denry South is one of the projects that have received approval under the Community Tourism Program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy, I'm very excited, Mr. Speaker, that one of the projects that I did indicate during my campaign, Mr. Speaker, that was going to be a high priority project for Denry South is going to happen, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Minister and everybody who made this happen. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to continue too long, but to just say I'm very happy for the people of Denry South, and I stand in full support of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries Southeast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just briefly, I stand to support this very important initiative. When we speak of the evolution of livelihoods, certainly one can have an appreciation for what the tourism industry, what it is to St. Lucians. Understanding that there was a time when our livelihoods were being supported by some other practices. But the tourism industry as we know it has been an industry that has taken shape on the coastal areas and some communities more than others. Mr. Speaker, the Community Tourism Initiative seeks to bring out a balance, equity, as well as apply the principle of social justice as it relates to persons having access to proper dignified livelihood, a proper day of work. But Mr. Speaker, I wish to also highlight within the communities or the constituency of Castries Southeast, two areas of significant importance that has not happened. The Forestier Trail to Peter Floor is a significant landmark. And I'm hoping, in fact, myself and the Minister of Tourism have had discussion of that, and he has promised in a meeting in Forestier that he would make that a reality. And I'm speaking about the Minister of Tourism. He did agree that he will make this trail a reality, because we have persons, in time past, persons used to visit Forestier to walk up that forest trail just to be able to get one of the most important view of the entire island, panoramic view, and we need to bring this alive. I'm also happy, Mr. Speaker, that we will see a lot happening to the Wavin Poisson disaster. We have now established a trail and a place where we will establish some architecture. We have some memorial to bring alive one of the most significant disaster that has taken place in the history of St. Lucia, where visitors would be allowed to come and visit. We are doing that along the paths of the river, bringing some sort of sensitivity to our natural environment, whereas we are bringing to the minds of persons what happened that led to this major disaster where so many persons lost their lives. So these two important initiatives, when I think of, community tourism, it brings that to mind. And I cannot help, Mr. Speaker, as we speak of the evolution of our livelihoods, that the member for Mikud North is not there. In his presentations earlier, make reference, and Mikud South. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, when you're not here, tend to make a mistake. But the member for Mikud South, he did make ask the question on this side, asking us how many of us have had certain kinds of, how many of us have been able to work, have been self-employed. And while being a former Prime Minister and a member for Make It South, and we're speaking about community tourism, I ask myself the question, how much he knows about the life of a St. Lucian? Because I recall that as things changes around, we adapt to respond to the environment, to provide food for our children. And I recall there was a time when young persons would go around marshal grounds selling icicles. There's a time when persons would go out to sell ripe bananas. And I've participated in a number of things that has led me to where I am today. But the issue of community tourism actually brings a light, this idea of persons, independently pursuing their livelihood, working in an environment that is encouraged by this government. And this is powerful, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, we'll use the opportunity to address some deprivation, some deficit within our landscape. And I'm happy that Castries Southeast will lead in that regard. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, very soon you'll see the opening of a bus shelter, the first of its kind with washrooms. The first of its kind with washrooms. Mr. Speaker, very often when we speak of providing for our people, sometimes it seems it must be influenced by the tourism industry. But community tourism reverses this. It said, if you provide for your people, visitors will come and enjoy what you have. And therefore, this government is moving ahead, and I'm happy that very soon you will see washrooms and a bus shelter at what's the name of your Bouton, at the Bouton Junction. Very soon you'll see this. When you when you get on a bus somewhere by Bannon and you are heading to Denry, and somebody stop off at that junction and have to wait for another bus to go all the way, waiting there, nowhere, no washroom. Very soon you will see a bus shelter with washrooms. You see, some years ago, Opico, yes, it's been led, but the first one is near completed at the junction of Bele and Sarat, and you will see the opening. And I use the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to cast the top and to put two barbers and a hairdresser. They'll be paying a small rent to the council so they can exploit their livelihoods at the same time. But that's not all, Mr. Speaker. You see, community tourism reminds me of something. You see, when this administration were campaigning in 2016, the member for Mikud South described STEP in a particular way. He said he saw women cutting grass with nowhere to urinate. He said that. But he came into power and he never built not one washroom to address the problem. But like was said earlier on, we're not people who talk, we act. And very soon we'll provide for our people, creating an environment so that community tourism is not about going through on the coast where they have the massive hotels, but allowing visitors when they come through our island, as they would have stayed away and imagined the various sites as the battle. And this is another important initiative. You know, the battle relay has opened up St. Lucia to St. Lucians in a way that we have not seen before. And I'm sure visitors paying attention to the battle relay, they are seeing interesting sites. They are seeing places and asking, where is this location? And they would be tempted to visit. But we are not. Oh, Bradley? Oh, Mikud South. Well, he's not taken part in it. Yeah. Well, the battle relay is something that is for some special people. But I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker, what I think is important to me about community tourism is that it forces us to move and provide for our people, as against going and provide for visitors. When we provide for our people, when we develop our place, and the Minister of Tourism, I want him to appreciate that Castries Southeast is a constituency that when you leave when you leave the international airport, you must pass through Castries Southeast. And our roads, of course, during the new financial year, must look like a place that when people pass in, that we feel proud about it. It's not what it's supposed to be at this time. So, community tourism tells us that we must prepare our place for ourselves, a place that we are proud of, so that when visitors come, we can share it with them. So, Mr. Speaker, I am happy for the investment, but I'm more importantly, as the minister responsible for our vulnerable population, I am happy that our people will receive and will benefit from community tourism, because the investment made will impact every household and every community indirectly and directly, because we would have prepared our place for our people. This is the real tourism. It is not the kind of tourism where you have a sort of a slave house on the coast, where persons are leaving their children behind all night and have to suffer the social breakdown and social mess up of our fabric. Community tourism is truly the concept that is featured in a Bible story of the prodigal, of the Good Samaritan, because he found somebody on the roadside hurt and was able to get that person and place in an inn, because provision was made before this thing happened. So, Mr. Speaker, I am happy that community tourism embraces the principle of physical development and planning. It embraces the Ministry of Equity and Community Development. It embraces local government and the upkeep of our entire community, because if you have if you have a bread and breakfast or a place in Arundel Hill, the road leading to Arundel Hill we must consider that. You cannot say that you're not having that person at the back of Shabbat cannot participate in community tourism because the road is not good. No. And you cannot ask somebody not to participate because you have dumping of garbage somewhere in a location. No. It means that our entire community, our entire island must be kept in a certain condition, because anywhere you can have products where our people need to be embraced. So this is brilliant. This is a prime minister that is pushing this country forward. And if there was a definition of putting people first, I think it is captured in this initiative of community tourism more than anything. So when the member for Mikud South said we're just changing the name, we are not just changing the name. We're changing the name, we're changing the game, and we're changing the aspect of how we cater for people, because the people of St. Lucia indeed are special to us. And Mr. Speaker, finally, on the matter of just to end on this note, I want to leave this with this house, with every member here. Mr. Speaker, when I just got into this business of politics, leaving SSDF, I was not one who embraced tourism. I used to speak about tourism like I couldn't be bothered with it. But I got to appreciate its contribution to the welfare of our people. But one of the things I want to leave with us, that I do not appreciate at times, that is only when visitors are coming to a particular locality, we think of making provision for them. Our visitors must come and enjoy what provision is made for our people. So do not tell me that they need a toilet or washroom because visitors are coming. No. They need washrooms because our people need washrooms. When visitors come, they'll use the washrooms that's made there for them. This is the kind of development that makes community tourism alive and well. This is the kind of community tourism. Reason why, Mr. Speaker, because when you sit here at this chair, you cannot forget where you used to walk when you were younger. On the street with your girlfriend going to a party, and she needed to use a washroom. What, is it acceptable that she must go at the back of a vehicle? Is it acceptable that she must knock on somebody's door and ask permission? Is it acceptable that it's normal for us to do it in the way, and then when they behave in the way that they behave, we find all kinds of ways to describe them, but provision is not made for them to behave differently. Community tourism accentuates the point that we're not just providing for people, but we uplifting our people. And this is what we must always remember, that when we sit here, we must not forget the streets that we walk on. We must not forget the experiences that we have had, the deprivation that we have seen out there. When we come here, we must remember it and go back there and fix it. This is what we are doing here in community tourism. I thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Choiseul Saltibus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my contribution will be very brief and maybe take a different approach. Mr. Speaker, when we speak of community tourism or village tourism, in a very simple nutshell, I think what it really means is to empower the grassroots in a community to benefit from our tourism industry. Very simple terms, Mr. Speaker. And while Choiseul Saltibus may not be a beneficiary under this particular loan, I must thank the Minister for Tourism for, although it took a little while, 3 years almost, to finally begin construction of the renovations for the Choiseul Handicraft Center, which was something that we had identified while in office. And I noticed, the work has started. So I must say, it took a little while, but thank you, because when you speak of Choiseul, the crafters are one of the first things that come into mind. But Mr. Speaker, I want to take another dimension to it. And the member for Vieux-Fort South, in his speech after running the baton, or did you walk? I'm not sure. It was not one of his best speeches, Mr. Speaker, but he did say something which was extremely important for all of us, and that is the issue of pride. The issue of us as St. Lucians taking pride in our country, Mr. Speaker. And it should go hand in hand in our community tourism thrust, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, I need protection from member for Central Coast. Let me finish my contribution, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you see, I said, and I was happy to hear the member for Castries South East speak about the bus terminal with the washrooms. Because, Mr. Speaker, every now and then, unlike my colleagues here, I take the bus. I might take a bus from Choiseul to Vieux-Fort, sometimes from Grosley to town if I'm up here, And sometimes I stop at bus stops, and some of the untidiest places are our bus stops. The litter from people who use our bus stops, Mr. Speaker. And there was a time in the House we were discussing the whole environment. And I asked the former Speaker, Francis, can I use the word surreptitious? And some people took offense to it. But I recently saw an ad from 2 St. Lucians asking St. Lucians to keep our beaches clean, and people embraced it. And maybe we need to speak to St. Lucians, in a manner where they feel it, go down to our Langmamanu, because our country is dirty. People indiscriminately litter, and we're not doing it for the tourists. We have to do it for ourselves. And I agree with the member for Castries South East, not because we have baton, then we have to go and cut grass, it must be something that all of us have a sense of pride. There are things opposition and government must always come together on, like that, and issues of crime and stuff like that, Mr. Speaker. We have to, So, Mr. Speaker,
follow your precepts.
No, and I'm very serious, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to that. No, I'm member for Vieux-Fort North. It's not words. It's not words, because it is one of the things I strongly And I hope you will have a very strong program under the whole climate change bill to educate St. Lucians, okay, and make sure St. Lucians, okay, recognize the importance of keeping our country clean, Mr. Speaker. I'm not saying that it's because you think it's a subject. All of us, Mr. Speaker. Okay, so Mr. Speaker, that is my brief contribution. I just wanted to take it on another. You see why we will always have problems. Remember, I want to say it's convenient for me to say that. It cannot be convenient for me to say that. I have a record when it comes to that. Okay, so stop. These are the kind of things that we need to stop. Let us speak the same language. I have more to say on that, but I'll yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vieux-Fort North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand to make a brief contribution, Mr. Speaker, but I want you to allow me a few seconds, Mr. Speaker, since this is the first sitting of the Parliament, I want to thank God for another year, 2024, Mr. Speaker. And I want to promise the people of Vieux-Fort North, Mr. Speaker, that I'll continue to do the best that I can to represent them in the Parliament. I support the borrowing of US $2.343 million, Mr. Speaker, from the CDF for the implementation of the Community Tourism Program. Mr. Speaker, my brief contribution will simply ask the Parliament and the people of St. Lucia who are watching, Mr. Speaker, to think of where we want to be in 3 years' time. Where do we want to be in 3 years' time? Mr. Speaker, we came to the House today, the Member of Parliament for Castries East and the Minister for Finance presented 3 motions. One, US $15 million from the International Development Association for the OECS Skills and Innovation Project, which focus on upskilling for youth, Mr. Speaker. Then we had the $42 million Tax Administration and Modernization Project and Land Administration Services Program. And this one, the $2.343 million for the Community Tourism Program. Mr. Speaker, just imagine a place where within communities all around St. Lucia, we have our people, both young people and older people, creating experiences for visitors, not only visitors from out of St. Lucia, but local visitors to experience the gastronomy, meaning the things that we cook, the things that we eat, to experience the music, to experience our hospitality on display in a well-organized way. Just imagine, Mr. Speaker, the connection between increased skills within our communities, which is what we spoke about earlier when we spoke about the OECS Skills and Innovation Project. Just imagine a country where our young people are given skills, where they can use these skills to cause the people who visit our communities to benefit. Just imagine, Mr. Speaker, a country where in different parts of St. Lucia you have the various specialties we saw in Denry, the CMOS experience and so on. Just imagine in 3 years' time, in 4 years' time, when all of these experiences will come to bear and more people all around St. Lucia benefiting from the tourist dollar. And again, tourists meaning people who come from overseas, but people who are from Grosile, but who never went to Bellevue and they want to experience a nice solo or a nice conte or a nice storytelling evening. All of these can be very, very important. Mr. Speaker, when you speak of community tourism, we cannot divorce, Mr. Speaker, the whole business of buildings and old buildings. In the city of Castries, for example, the city of Castries, Mr. Speaker, within the city of Castries, there are many buildings that can be rehabilitated. Some of them are ruins, but they have the potential for the development of experiences for individuals, whether they be visitors or even St. Lucians. And then you heard, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition talking about an 80-year-old building. Every time I heard the opposition speak about and what they consider to be an old building. They're saying that we are using an old building and returning a hospital to an old 80-year-old building. Mr. Speaker, this is really shameful to hear them speak about this. And I just went quickly, Mr. Speaker, to look at within the context of tourism and rehabilitating buildings. I went quickly, Mr. Speaker, to look at the age of hospital buildings around the world. And Mr. Speaker, the oldest hospital building which is still in use in England, St. Bartholomew's, the oldest one, Mr. Speaker, is 900 years old. The oldest hospital in England, 900 years old, Mr. Speaker. You know, when you had a leader of the opposition, and again, instead of educating St. Lucians, instead of telling St. Lucians who believe them that this is not the way to think, that because a building has been there for a very long time, it's of no use. It's you know, when people think like that, Mr. Speaker, they translate it subconsciously to the way they treat people, you know, Mr. Speaker. They will put elderly people on a side. Depuis bagay la gwan, il pa bon encore croisé rectly. Il pa di valet. It's a very subconscious way of telling you how to treat things that people have worked on for years. And I want the opposition to listen to that. The oldest hospital which is still being used in England is 900 years old. In fact, it's more than 900 years old. It's about 902 years old. If you go to Brazil, Santa Catarina Hospital in Brazil was built in 1906. And it's still being used, Mr. Speaker. The oldest public hospital in Canada, where he comes from, is a product of the Kingston General Hospital, KGH, is the oldest public hospital in Canada. It was opened in 1835. We're speaking about community tourism, Mr. Speaker. I see you looked at me. We are speaking about the possibilities. Heritage tourism in the city of Castries.
Making those things tourist attractions.
That's right, Mr. Speaker. And I have said to the doctors and the administration of the Millennium Heights Medical Complex and to the staff of the Ministry of Health, I have said to them that the Victoria Hospital site is a prime tourism site. And we have to turn it into a prime tourist attraction for locals. The young people, the young nurses, the young doctors and St. Lucians need to know the history of Victoria Hospital and Dr. Owen King and so many, the matrons and so on, Nurse Lambert and Nurse Alsey and all of these people and so many others. These institutions are not just buildings, but the buildings, Mr. Speaker, the walls, the hallowed walls, have history and stories. And for the leader of the opposition, every time like that, to just stand up and talk about old buildings. You talk about St. Jude, where Mother Oma and all of these people struggled, Sisters of the Sorrowful Mother, struggled to ensure that we had a good community hospital at St. Jude, and every single time the opposition just stands up, oh, vieux l'hôpital, vieux bagay, and there are people jumping up in pumpers and everything, believing those kinds of things. This is disrespectful, it's deliberate, and it goes to the heart of what the opposition represents, Mr. Speaker, and what they think about St. Lucians. When you diss St. Jude Hospital and you talk about an old 80-year-old building, you are dissing all of those people who sacrifice. And 80 years old. And they go even further to talk about the 80-year-old program in health. So when you tie all of this in, Mr. Speaker, the opposition has no regard for St. Lucians. And just one more, Mr. Speaker. He loves America.
He's a product of Canada.
The New York City Health and Hospitals, Bellevue, is one of the oldest hospitals in America. It was built in 1736. There's another one, the Charity Hospital in Louisiana. It was closed because of Hurricane Katrina, but it was built and it continued to function. It was built in 1736. Pennsylvania Hospital, 1751. And has he gone to visit the hallowed walls of all of these universities in England and these old universities in Oxford and Cambridge, and you know, and although it's recent, has he gone to St. Augustine and all those? They're a little younger, but still, we do not discard buildings because they are old. We say they are old. You understand? You go to the Mon, and maybe that's why, Mr. Speaker, over the years, we have such disdain for us, St. Lucians, what we have built. So they mash up the prison. That good. That's old. That's whatever. So, Mr. Speaker, I speak about community tourism in that context. Because when you really think about it, you know, community tourism is really about traditions and culture and food and gastronomy and discipline. And when the member for Choiseul spoke about what he said, the member for Vieux-Fort South said, and so about how we treat ourselves and our environment, when you really think about it, community tourism is not just about the building and the sea and so on, you know. It's about we are reaching into our heritage, the manners, our St. Lucianness, greeting people nicely, not the violence and so on. So in a way, if we do it well, and we bring back community and let's work on an experience, whether it's drumming or singing or taking people to the farms or whatever it is, how we take care of the rivers and so on. When you really think about it, community tourism really is about us, our St. Lucianness that we can share with, as the brother for Catastrophic South said, we can share with ourselves in St. Lucia and we can share with others. And when we develop ourselves and we show what we truly are, we're not violent people. Something has caused a small group of us, of our people, to become violent, and you know, we have to stamp it out. But that's not us. That's not us. That's not St. Lucian. That's not the St. Lucianness in us. So what community tourism does, or what it will do, so when you go to Place Cassav and when you go to Denry fish fry, the community itself will build an experience where you'll feel safe. It's not about making sure they have less police and them kind of thing. The moment you feel, well, in your community tourism is Holt and police we need to have, then we need to revisit how the community itself. So it's a community vibe. Yeah. So in Vieux-Fort North, where we have CMOS, I know Miku North is doing their CMOS thing, it's a community thing. Yeah. So they can tell the story. CMOS, yeah. Yes, the people of Vieux-Fort North needs to know that I'm being challenged about us having a seafront. Yeah, we have endless sea. Savants Bay, even where the new hotel is being built, canals, this is Vieux-Fort North. Yes. Yeah, they don't know the boundary. So, look, now I'm being accused of redrawing the maps. But Mr. Speaker, that's reclaimed territory. Mr. Speaker, ça me dit assez. Ça fait community tourism, ça c'est nous, c'est Saint-Lucien. Ça nous voulait faire c'est mouchouer Jean Saint-Lucie, ça qui valait nous ni. Valait nous c'est pas violence. Adam moun apon bay violence ça pour bagay yo même, c'est un bagay nous ni pour croiser, nous ni pour tout bout. Parce que Saint-Lucien nous pas moun violence, nous c'est moun l'amour, nous c'est moun qui le nous c'est moun qui aime bagay qui bon. Because our community tourism, ni pour mener ces bagailles ça là, aider nous mener sa vie. Pas pour gens l'autre pays seulement, mais pour nous-mêmes. Et pour nous comprendre nous qui nous ni bagailles qui valent à toutes ces communes là. Babouno ni sali, et jik en ces villes là tout. Jik en ces villes là, many countries in the world, Mr. Speaker, the city is a place of culture and art. Castries city must become a place of art and culture. And people on a Sunday, on a Saturday, on a Wednesday evening need to want to leave Soufrière or Vieux-Fort and say, well, you know, tonight there's a play at Walcott House in Castries. Let's go down for the vibe. Robert Lee has a poetry reading or there's an art display. Let's go to Castries. And maybe on a Sunday there's a whole vibe in the boulevard with craft and paintings. And so the city itself, Mr. Speaker, has to become a center for community tourism in a vibe, so that when the whole country is mobilized around ourselves, when people, as the member for Castries South has said, when people come to our thing now, they're not just seeing the painting, because the painting by itself without a story, without a vibe, without a context, it's just paint. But when you put context to paintings and poetry and art and food and so on, then you have an experience. And that's what the member for Castries South and the Prime Minister and the Cabinet is trying to do. So this thing about old buildings and old people and so on, anytime the opposition comes to that, we have to mash them up with ashes. Tomorrow is Ash Wednesday. Mash them up with that, because they are trying to denigrate ourselves, our culture, the essence of St. Lucians, what we stand for.
Give them some incense and holy water.
So what I can see, Mr. Speaker, what I see happening is I see a revival of not just things for tourists, but a revival of us, so that when we value us, there is no need to even tell people to clean their communities, because we're going to mobilize the country around, hey, this is important. How you throw in a refrigerator in the river when the river is connected to us? When long time ago, that's where our people took water from and cooked from. And when people understand these things, I'm not saying it's going to be easy, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be challenging, because this is a process. It's going to be challenging. But if we start one or two places and the successes, we can multiply the successes and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, it will help to build us and to build ourselves. I want to say to you also, Mr. Speaker, that I want to tie the community tourism activities to what the Prime Minister laid earlier in the House, the motion, and what the Minister for Education spoke to. So we are not only building skills for services like in restaurants and so on. These are very important. But when the young people get additional skills, just imagine, we have a place in Vieux-Fort North called Vigier, tranquil, a lot of land, flat, nice, beautiful. You hear the wind there in a different kind of way. I've told the people that's the best camping site. That's the best place for camping in St. Lucia. Just imagine if we turn that into a place where every year you have hundreds of people camping there with services, and you have young people with skills, with technology, and we increase the bandwidth and so on, and people that's tourism. People come into our communities to work, not just to come off the cruise ship, that's good. But just imagine if we develop spaces in St. Lucia where somebody decides, you know what, I come and spend a week in Babuno or in Bellevue or by the waterfall, and we have all the facilities, or and then I can do my work and I'm safe and everything. We can imagine the kind of exchange and so on. So reskilling and upskilling, all of these things tie into the community tourism. I love it, Mr. Speaker, because I know that my constituents will benefit in addition to the rest of the country. I've said before, our dream is to have a place of it's already fresh and green, and with our waterfalls, is to have arts, cultural exchanges, an amphitheater at Piero. We've started the drumming festival. We want to continue with that, but with exchanges. Just imagine you have this drumming festival, and for a whole weekend, as the member for Catastrophic South has said to me, and that is the vibe that he wants. A whole weekend, you have people from French Guiana, you have people from Guadeloupe, you have drummers from Africa coming down for a whole week, having workshops in Bellevue, in Grace, and so on. Can you imagine what can happen? So you have a kind of community tourism that's based on culture and on art. We've spoken about fisheries and sea moss at Savans Bay. Grace Woodlands, a huge farming area with forests. And even that too, people want to come to see your local wood, what kinds of flora you have, and so on. Researchers, people, students coming in to do research. So I do not want the Parliament and the country to think, when we speak of tourism, we are only thinking of people who come off the cruise ship. No, the vision is wider, and you'll hear from the Minister for Tourism. I mean, it's wider than that. It is connecting people with communities. And the Airbnb concept, very good. And certainly I can't speak of what the Minister for Tourism will be presenting to the House and the Prime Minister in short order, but the whole business of Airbnb and how people can accommodate visitors and so on. I am excited, I am really excited about the future. I'm excited about the future, Mr. Speaker. I'm excited about the plans. Look at the way the Prime Minister presented today, and the benefits for the people of St. Lucia. I'm excited. I'm excited for the young people of Vieux Fort North who are getting all of those benefits. One university graduate per household, the laptops for the children, the youth economy. I haven't even gone there yet. The youth economy. A number of people in my constituency have benefited. I want more to benefit, but I'm excited for them. It's not a doom and gloom thing where the leader of the opposition comes to chastise St. Lucians. We have no plan and this and that. We're not resilient. What were they doing for the young people? They said that 4,000 young people will be employed to clean horses. And then they turned back, Mr. Speaker, and told the young people that they will not be able to raise their local horses among the high-class thoroughbred horses.
In air conditioned room.
You understand? That is not what we are saying. We are saying here we are going to upskill, we are going to provide community tourism opportunities, and we are going to work hard for our people. But Mr. Speaker, I don't want to end if I do not pay tribute to the Minister for Tourism and Investment, Mr. Speaker. After COVID, when we came into government, you remember COVID? And you remember what happened to investment and tourism and our economy? And when we came into government under the leadership of the Member of Parliament for Castries East, the Minister for Tourism and his team went to work, the Cabinet of Ministers helping to guide, and look at what has happened to tourism and to investment, Mr. Speaker. It is not my place to speak about this. Budget is coming. But look at what has happened. And so I want to congratulate the Member of Parliament for Castries South and the work which he's doing, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell him, move on. I want to congratulate the Prime Minister. People say sometimes, boy, you're all in government just 2.5 years. Why are you all congratulating and talking about? Yes, I want to congratulate the Prime Minister on his handling of this economy, Mr. Speaker. And that is how we are able, that is how, despite the challenges, interest rates internationally rising, the Ukraine war, inflation, but we were able, Mr. Speaker, to climate change issues. The Prime Minister has been able to guide this economy, create new avenues, the youth economy, and so many avenues for our people to become resilient and to deal with the challenges. Mr. Speaker, he took the 3 loaves and fed thousands. But I will say, to you, Mr. Speaker, I join all who will say to our own people, everywhere in St. Lucia, that this is not a one-man or one-woman job. This is not just a job for the government. In every nook and cranny of St. Lucia, this is a job for all of us. If you have a fence by the road, and there's grass and bush just behind the fence, I mean, if you don't clean that yourself, it says something that I will not describe here in the Parliament. But we have to be open. If you have a house, whether it's by the road or inside or wherever, and you are not upaefim, you have to clean around your house. And if everybody cleans around their house, we eventually will have a clean country. So I encourage everyone to do the basic things. Pas voyer fridge like there. Pas jeter galvanizer like there. There are some basic things we need to, all of us need to work harder on to keep our communities clean. And I wish to congratulate the council, the chairman of the council in Vieux North for a wonderful execution of the baton relay. And I wish to congratulate the Minister for Housing and Local Government and his team. But Mr. Speaker, I support this community tourism motion, and I say to you, I'm excited about the future. You saw what can happen to the future if we ever allow the presence who walked out back into this chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't be long. I want to commend the previous speaker on his presentation. And I believe the spirit with which he delivered, Mr. Speaker, is the spirit which exists within this government of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, earlier on, I was taken aback. I was flabbergasted, Mr. Speaker, when I experienced for the first time in this Parliament the misbehavior of someone who wants to return to the helm of this country, to lead this country. Mr. Speaker, when people gloat about crime and attempt to associate crime with this government, crime begins with this behavior which we saw here today. When a member of Parliament can defy the Speaker, the disrespect, the disdain, the insult to this chair, this is where the crime starts. Our children watching today's sitting, Mr. Speaker, must be wondering, is that how we must behave? We must behave in a manner in which we refuse to sit down when we should, when the standing orders have been circulated, and as an intelligent, supposedly intelligent individual, you would have read it and understood it, and to be able to conform, sit in and behave in a manner that is acceptable. Mr. Speaker, today is the day, the first sitting of the Parliament in which this government has demonstrated a commitment and a passion to the people of this country. The motions which have been moved today, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the theme of the government, people first. A government by the people, for the people, and in the interest of the people. And this is what this government is about, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, following on the foothills of the member who spoke early on, and speaking about the history in our buildings, to which this resolution speaks in a certain manner, the history of buildings. You know, just before you came up, Mr. Speaker, I reflected on the cathedral, for which the fourth item, I believe the fourth item, speaks to the restoration of the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the cathedral, Mr. Speaker, was formally opened in 1894. The history is right there, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we are speaking about. To preserve the history of our country, to be able to look back to see where we came from, and not just where we are going. You hear some people with all their fancy talk, sweet talk and fancy talk and sweet talk and fancy talk. You hear them all the time speaking about building a new St. Lucia. It's not about building a new St. Lucia. It's about preserving St. Lucia and building on that preservation to bring the ideals that we stand for, the humility, Mr. Speaker, and of course the pride and joy that we deserve to have as a people. That's what we need in this country. So when we speak, Mr. Speaker, you can see that this resolution, which is before us, the resolution on the Community Tourism Program project, Mr. Speaker, you can see in every aspect the intention is to build on what existed before. You take the Denry Fish Fiesta. In 2000, Mr. Speaker, when it started as a simple initiative, Mr. Speaker, there is actually potential beyond what they have experienced so far. And this is what this is about, building on that experience. The issue of CMOS experience, Mr. Speaker, in Prague. We have seen what has happened in this whole CMOS industry, the manner in which, Mr. Speaker, it has unfolded. To date, I know of one or two individuals who have gone beyond our shores. I know of a young lady who have moved from St. Lucia to Miami and promoting her product in Miami and gaining a presence in supermarkets in Miami and moving beyond Miami into other areas. This is what we are talking about, Mr. Speaker. The Mon Lay-by, Mr. Speaker, a place I frequented when I lived at the Mon, and the parliamentary rep knows that area very well. You did, eh? And in those days, Mr. Speaker, as a young man, I heard a particular member today ask, how many of you have had your own business? Mr. Speaker, can you imagine this? Can you imagine the insult that this member is invoking on us? Mr. Speaker, I lived at the Mon, to the back of the Governor General's residence. And every season, when the cruise ship industry, when the season opened, we made cups and other craft items out of bamboo, painted them with crayons and varnished, polished, and went at the Mon Lay-by. It had nothing, just the view. And we sold to tourists our little souvenirs, 50 cents, 75 cents, just to make $1, Mr. Speaker. What we are seeing here, again, is a tradition enshrined in that community, for which the government, over the past years, started off first by formalizing the location, putting in some toilet facilities, and then building the viewing deck. We are seeing now some more effort being put, investment being placed in there to provide a much more comfortable area. The cathedral, Mr. Speaker, this cathedral, Mr. Speaker, is a landmark not just of Castries. It's a landmark for our country. People come to visit the cathedral because they read about the cathedral. They read the history of the cathedral. And it's not about just religion. It is about what stands out, what made us as a people of St. Lucia. That's what it is.
That's right.
But when you have people who don't understand the history, when you have people who are not enshrined in the culture, who don't understand what the people went through, the trials and tribulations, the bread, freedom, and justice, as my leader would say.
That's right.
When you have people who don't understand these things, Mr. Speaker, they are prepared to demolish. So they bring the demolition crew and demolish and cannot tell us why they're demolishing. But Mr. Speaker, this government, for those who believe it will collapse, if it has collapsed yet, it will never collapse. It will never collapse. For those who believe they can target us one by one and take us down, they will never succeed. Because when they attack us, each one of us stand and take it for the team. When they attack me, I take it for the team. When they attack the Prime Minister, he takes it for the team. And that is the behavior, Mr. Speaker, the culture of this government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Minister, the Prime Minister, for this bold initiative. This bold initiative of saying
We need to filter down that tourism dollar into the communities, not just the villages, into the communities, so that people in Leclerc, in my constituency, who have the asset of the Shock Bay, can look down the future and say, let us see how we can utilize that bay. Who have the asset of VJ Peninsula with a lighthouse, the guiding light of the mariners who came into the city, into the Bay of Castries, that light, to reinstate the lighthouse, to provide that guiding light in and out of the harbor, a safe light in and out of the harbor. This is the opportunity this presents, Mr. Speaker. How do we utilize this? How do we utilize this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to revive and bring alive, Mr. Speaker, to the Shock Reef, which is virtually dead now? These are some of the initiatives, Mr. Speaker, that this brings to us, and I embrace it, and I see merit in its presentation. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I didn't have an opportunity to contribute to the previous motion, but, Mr. Speaker, one aspect which was mentioned in that motion was the matter of land management. One of the things, Mr. Speaker, we are looking at, and we've already started introducing or instituting, is to ensure that when government acquires land for certain projects, that the cost of the land is factored into the cost of the project. So if government acquires a piece of land for the construction of a playing field, the cost of the playing field must reflect that of the cost of preparing it and the cost of the acquisition. Likewise, any other thing. We have started, Mr. Speaker, in that when the government acquires land for Wasco, we don't only just acquire the land and pay it and hand it over to Wasco, but it is factored into Wasco's commitment, and they would pay for the cost of the land. The question of bus stops, the member on the other side here spoke of bus stops and the untidiness of bus stops. That's a fact. But, Mr. Speaker, I've just instructed my department to design a bus stop that can be used as what I call a center for commercial activity. And I want to be very clear on this one. It is a bus stop with a kind of 7-Eleven in it, 1 or 2 outlets or concessions, where it would provide services to early morning persons who are traveling, who are going to work, who probably didn't have a time to get coffee, who probably need a sandwich, who probably they wake up with a headache, may be able to get a painkiller. A kind of 7-Eleven convenience location, not to allow people to gather to shop, but to allow those who utilize the bus shelter to be able to get those services. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, one of the concerns we've had with bus shelters is the potential of crime. In some instances, persons have been attacked at certain locations, certain bus shelters, because of the darkness. So if we're able to build those bus shelters, design them in a particular way that they can have those services, have the toilet facilities, Mr. Speaker, it provides also a sense of security to those individuals who will use it late at night. So you're not just standing at the bus shelter alone, fearful of who may come to attack you, but the fact that there's a concession there, somebody who is there or 2 persons who are there will deter persons from any attack. So we're looking at this, Mr. Speaker, and I'm hoping that we can do this very soon, and to begin to at least have 1 prototype, 1 pilot project, so that we can provide those kind of services. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand proud in support of this motion. I stand proud in support of the opportunities it will bring to St. Lucians, and I stand proud in the fact that it's being done by a government that has the conscience, a government that has the passion, a government that is prepared to take bold decisions in the interests of the overall social and economic development of our country. I thank you.
Member for Castries South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you'll admit after listening to speakers before me that there's not much I can say. I must tell you, the member from Beaufort North was simply inspiring. And he spoke about being excited about the future. And he got me excited. I even forgot that I was the Minister of Tourism who had to speak on the motion. I was really caught up in his presentation, and a member from Barbono, Southeast, Castries North, Denry, even a member from Suzel raised a couple of very valuable points, and I will touch on a couple of them. Even the Attorney General next to me wanted to stand up and speak, Mr. Speaker. Even the Honourable Member. But I want to start off, Mr. Speaker, by first of all thanking the Prime Minister and my colleagues for the support that they have given to this resolution. And especially, Mr. Speaker, that they are all wedded in the idea that we have an opportunity in St. Lucia to transform the tourism industry, to bring greater benefits to St. Lucians like never before. It is a journey, it is a vision that started many years ago. And a lot of what I believe in and I reflect on actually started many years ago when the present Prime Minister was the Minister of Tourism and the member from Beaufort South himself was Prime Minister. So many of those ideas and approaches came out of a very clear understanding of what tourism should represent to us as St. Lucians. And you've seen a manifestation of that dream and that vision, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to step back a bit and reflect on some comments made, by the opposition, Mr. Speaker, and especially the leader of the opposition. Because I really wish he would be here now to listen to the presentations made by the various members and for him to make his contribution. And it was quite remarkable, Mr. Speaker, and disturbing at the same time, Mr. Speaker, that even when his attempt to play the cat and mouse game did not succeed, and the Prime Minister mic went on before his, and the Speaker called on the Prime Minister had the graciousness to stand up and say, I am going to yield and let you speak. But he did not even take up the offer, which tells me there was no sincerity in speaking to the issue, that it was going to be a performance, it was going to be drama and show and not substance, Mr. Speaker. And even when he was told, I am going to yield, and the Speaker cautioned and sanctioned that he will not accept such behavior, as Speaker. But the Prime Minister yielded to give him a chance to speak, and the Prime Minister said clearly, I am letting you speak because I know I have a chance to answer you. So no matter what you say, I will be able to answer you. Why did he not speak? And I wanted him to present his own contribution on this motion, Mr. Speaker. And I'll tell you why. Because he started off by saying to us, none of us have ever been self-employed, and we don't understand business, and we don't know business in this chamber, that, we have no plan, we have no understanding, we don't know what we're about. And I started listening to him. This was the same member who came into this chamber and said that he's going to be a CEO Prime Minister. He's going to run the country like a business because he had the most business experience in the chamber. But watch what happened with the CEO Prime Minister. The company went bankrupt. The share value dropped significantly. And Mr. Speaker, watch where we found ourselves. And other members have already given, an oversight of where he has taken this country. But this is the CEO Prime Minister. It is amazing how he thinks. He wants to convince us that he understands business. He knows the right model to do things. He's critical of the CIP and some of the changes we are making. But yet, he was Prime Minister for the disastrous range issue. But how could you have been so wrong, cause such a scandal of the range matter, and still believe that your approach, your model is the right one, and that you have the knowledge and you have the understanding? He still wants to convince us that DSH is right and proper and is the model we should follow. He stands up there even today and wants to argue about all the glorious things about DSH. Where are the signs of any success at DSH? Where are they? Where are they? How do you want to convince us that you're such a success and that you know it all and we know nothing? Where are the signs? Where is it? And Mr. Speaker, we can go on, and each member can point out to you evidence of the failure of the last government. But he wants to stand and to pontificate and arrogate upon himself the right to judge us and to say we know not what we're doing and that he knows what has to be done. You see, one of the things we said when I became Minister of Tourism is that we're not going to come every month and boast about numbers. That was a practice of the past. You'd recall every sitting of Parliament, a particular representative who sat across there would stand up and boast about numbers and arrivals. And we said, not that numbers are not important. Numbers are important because we want to bring visitors to the country. We want visitors to come in and spend in our country. But what's more important for us is how we structure this tourism industry that it can reflect the best of our people, the best of who we are, and for us to ensure that St. Lucians benefit from the tourism industry more than ever. And we are very clear. We want more St. Lucians to participate in the tourism industry and more St. Lucians to own the tourism industry. And there's a simple logic for this. And I keep saying it every time I get an opportunity to speak. We want foreign investment. We want the present players to earn more than what they are earning. But we want the industry to get bigger so that more St. Lucians can participate in it and earn as well. That is fundamental. Think about it. The mountains, the rivers, the trails, the beaches, that's a common heritage of St. Lucia. No hotel owns that. The people own it. All the warmth of our people that is so attractive, and the member from Gifford North put it so well. We're not a people of violence, we are people of love. We're the world's leading honeymoon destination for a reason. We know how to seduce people. We know how to show romance and love and be welcoming. That's who we are. Mr. Speaker, stop smiling. But that's exactly who we are. And therefore, these are the natural resources we have. And who should enjoy the majority or the greater part of those natural resources but the people of the country? So we have to design a tourism industry where when investors come in and they invest their money, they get a fair return on their investment and they are satisfied with their business endeavors. But we must make sure that our people can boast that this tourism industry is delivering benefits to them. They can enjoy civilized standards of living and that they can see their children go to universities from their hard work. They can see opportunities for their children within this tourism industry. So, Mr. Speaker, next Tuesday we'll come back to this House to present the Tourism Development Bill. And then, Mr. Speaker, we'll have a lot more to say about how we are restructuring this industry. But an essential component of this is what we are debating today, the Community Tourism Bill, Community Tourism Projects. This borrowing is about enhancing the capacity of St. Lucians to benefit from the tourism industry. This is what it is about. And Mr. Speaker, the member from Eco South is not here. And the Prime Minister and my colleagues, we've always said, you know, that we want to stay focused on the task that the St. Lucian citizenry has given us, and that is to transform this country and to do away with the mess of the past. But if you're going to speak about community tourism, you must start off, Mr. Speaker, as far back as 1997 with heritage tourism. And Mr. Speaker, you must thank all those who came before us and contributed to shaping the landscape that exists now. You must say a special thank you to persons, the former Prime Minister, the present Prime Minister, Mr. Felix Finister, Nigel Michel, who passed away. So many individuals who contributed. The present PS in the ministry, so many individuals who contributed to introducing in St. Lucia the concept of heritage tourism, the concept of people's tourism, Mr. Speaker. It is not a new concept. It's not new. What we're seeing is an evolution of that. We are taking it to a different dimension, Mr. Speaker. But it is not entirely new. We won't pretend, Mr. Speaker, that we are the originators of all ideas and we know all things. We're not. We're not, Mr. Speaker. But let's go back, Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, where the last government decided that they wanted to take further action, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Kenny Anthony, when he was Prime Minister, and this morning he referred to the ORTCP, which was a regional tourism improvement project funded under, by the World Bank together with a number of OECS countries. And part of that provided for increasing the product stock of community tourism. Part of it. And I'll come to some of it in a bit. But a decision was taken to advance the discussion on community tourism and, of course, to strengthen the institutional capacity. The last government decided to use $5 million EC from the Republic of China and Taiwan to fund community tourism projects. But rather than to do it the proper way, same individual who says, we have no plan, we don't know how to do things, we don't know how to execute, and they are the ones that can execute, you know. They're still boasting about that. Decided to spend the money on ancillary, soufre, and grocery, but did not put in place the institution, did not put in place the legislative framework, and did not put in place the policy framework to guide that development. But they spent the $5 million, but we're not going to go back into all the details of it. At the appropriate time, those matters can be dealt with by, responsible agencies, Mr. Speaker. But $5 million was spent, and they took a decision to also get a loan from the CARICOM Development Fund for $9 million for on lending for persons who want to invest in community tourism, and of course a grant, Mr. Speaker, to help set up the institutions. Of course, one can always ask the question, why you want to spend money on projects when you have no institution, no staff, no oversight, no laws, no policy framework, nothing, but you're spending $5 million already, Mr. Speaker. That was a decision taken then. We did it slightly differently. We ensured that we put in place the legislative framework. We ensured that we put in place the institution, we employed the staff, and then we are going to take off, Mr. Speaker. So what you are seeing, Mr. Speaker, is the first stage of that takeoff, Mr. Speaker, to get it right, to make sure that all the elements are in place, and we are now going to be building the product stock that is needed, Mr. Speaker. So when you look at the borrowing, which is the second tranche of borrowing from the CARICOM Development Fund, always bear in mind that we already took a loan of $9 million to provide loans to persons who want to invest in community tourism. But we decided very early, Mr. Speaker, that we were going to change the name from village tourism to community tourism. And I've dealt with this in this house before. When you speak of village tourism in St. Lucia, in the context of St. Lucia, what are you talking about? Somebody in Babono wants to start a project and they will speak of a village tourism project in Babono or in Lafag. And our view was that's not village, that's community. We're really talking about a commonality of identity, of purpose, and of experience. The notion of village does not resonate with that. Village in the context of St. Lucia, the historical context, and like the member from Beaufort North put it, everything really has, things get meaning because of the context in which they are located. And that's a powerful way of describing it. Maybe it's sociolinguistics we have to go into. That phenomenon has no meaning if you don't understand the context in which they exist. So when you speak of village tourism in Peru. People cannot associate that. But when you say community tourism, the people of Peru as a community can rally themselves around that. We were told that there's going to be franchises and that communities and projects would have franchises. When you speak of franchise, essentially, they think of Kentucky and Subway. That's what a franchise is. We said it would be better to say a partnership. That's our cultural context. You form a partnership with the community. You're not selling a franchise to them. That's not what it is about. So we made changes in name for sure, like the member from Microsoft said. But it is more than just name, it has substance behind it. Because it creates an understanding of purpose. It creates an expectation of what it is we're going to deliver. So, Mr. Speaker, we did make some changes, for sure. I'll admit that, but I believe it's for the betterment of the program, Mr. Speaker. So, we also made a third fundamental change. In the previous configuration, there was going to be loans made to applicants. And we thought we wanted to reflect on this. If you want communities, Mr. Speaker, you want individuals to benefit, some of them cannot qualify for the kind of loans we're talking about. So we had to decide to have a very low interest rate to be able to make it attractive, but also to give grants to individuals. So if you, in the case of the member from Castro Central, wants to start a project that is $90,000, you can take a $60,000 loan, and he can get a $30,000 grant because he may not be able to sustain a loan of, all right, yeah, of $90,000, whatnot. So, Mr. Speaker, we then, and the Prime Minister led on this, to get monies from central government, through the National Economic Fund, to actually provide resources to the Community Tourism Agency so applicants can get both grants and loans as well to be able to make it attractive for them. Because we want ordinary St. Lucians who do not normally qualify for commercial loans, but who has an exciting idea, an exciting experience to be able to be part of the tourism industry. We did not believe that community tourism, because of its very nature, its very concept, should be restricted to only those who can qualify for commercial loans. So we introduced the grant and loan component, Mr. Speaker. So now we have all the elements in place, but we had some challenges and some setbacks. And again, Mr. Speaker, in our progress as we move forward, we learn and we adjusted. When we issued a call for ideas and for projects, we got so many exciting ideas. And persons went to the agency with ideas that they wanted and submitted it. And then when they asked them, do you own the land you want to create the experience? They did not own the land. Do you have drawings? They did not have drawings. Did you have DCE approval? They did not have DCE approval. So many St. Lucians came forward with exciting ideas, but at different stages of development. So again, now we had to recalibrate, and for us to decide, we had to start from scratch with most of the applications. And then for us to develop the idea. And I must say, not everyone is as as expeditious as the member from Castro Central. But when he came up with an idea for Serenity Park, within a couple of months he had drawings, costing, submission to DC, and he's ready to go. But not everybody has the same capacity or the same speed that he has. So we've had slight delays in certain communities because the institution itself now has to provide greater support to individuals who have ideas and some really fantastic proposals on the table. So in the next few weeks we'll start launching some of the programs that we have approved, we have funded and have started. And you will see, Mr. Speaker, just over a year after, or just about a year after we started the institution, we can start formally announcing projects that St. Lucians have come up with for community experiences. But that's just the start, because this borrowing that we're discussing is about the next rung. of projects that will be implemented. And we have another round coming, and we'll have more coming, Mr. Speaker, because this is so important. This is about ensuring that when visitors come to St. Lucia, every single dollar, more of that dollar must be spent in St. Lucia and stay in St. Lucia. We cannot allow the tourist dollar to leave St. Lucia. We have to make some of it stay in St. Lucia and be enjoyed by St. Lucians. So the member from Castries East would have pointed out that in this borrowing, we have 4 projects that have already been identified and approved by the CARICOM Development Fund. The first one is the Denry Fish Fiesta, and the member from Denry South spoke of the Denry Fish Fiesta, and he spoke of the history of it and its importance to the community. And therefore, we know what happened under the last dispensation, the last government, the last parliamentary rep, and that this experience was allowed to wallow and to disappear. But it is important for persons on the East Coast, for the community of Denry, and for so many St. Lucians who enjoyed, the Fish Fiesta. And therefore, provisions is made to bring it back and to restore it to its former glory. The CMOS experience. If you just reflect on the success that the chocolate experience has had in St. Lucia, whether at Caco Setlici, whether at Hotel Chocolat or other places in St. Lucia, where we've now become so well known, and those of you who have seen the CBS clipping of the boasting of St. Lucia and for its chocolate and for the celebration of Valentine's Day, you would understand how far-reaching the reputation of St. Lucia for quality chocolates is. And we believe, and from what we know about St. Lucia and CMOS, we have an equally attractive product that we can create a special experience for. And a member for Mico North boasts that the best CMOS comes out of the Pralle Bay. I cannot comment on where the best CMOS, I don't know whether it is from Savans Bay, whether it is from Fordor, or where it is from, or other parts of St. Lucia. But we want to create, with the parliamentary rep, a special experience in the Pralle area, a CMOS experience where one can witness from the sea what's done, to grow the CMOS, all the way to the manufacturing of the various byproducts of the CMOS. And I know his team is working very hard to develop the concept that will come with this. And of course, what makes it even more exciting in the Pralle area is we're in advanced discussions, and a developer has already submitted plans for the revival of the Le Paradis project, Mr. Speaker. And once that project, Mr. Speaker, is revived and the CMOS experience can be established, that coast, Mr. Speaker, will once again become a hive of activity, Mr. Speaker. Mention was made of the Mont Lebai, and the member from Castries North reminded us of his boyhood days at the Mont Lebai, and he spoke of selling trinkets and other pieces of art to visitors when they came in. He didn't tell us of the late nights watching the stars, at the Mont Lebai. Although the member from Castries Central said he passed him many a times, at the Mont Lebai. But for those of you whom you have known him, he was very adventurous as a young man, so he knows the area very well, Mr. Speaker. But the Mont Lebai, Mr. Speaker, is very well known. It's one of the first stops out of the city, and just before you get to the city. It's probably the most famous lay-by in St. Lucia. And we all know the last lay-by was not structurally sound. We had to demolish it, and a new one will be built. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, a lot of effort has gone into designing the new Mont lay-by, and hopefully in the next month or so, once the monies become available, we will start work on the Mont lay-by to have it ready for the next cruise season in October, because we have the vendors in the temporary area, but we need to make arrangements for them to make sure that they can get back to their normal course of business. And the fourth project under this motion, Mr. Speaker, is the Matters Shrine. And this is our first journey into religious tourism. It's our first journey into that aspect and using that aspect of our heritage and our culture to show the best of St. Lucia. And if you only reflect, there are a few churches in St. Lucia where Sir Derek Wall, Dunstan St. Tome, actually painted the Madonnas and the reflections of ourselves in our spirituality. The Jacmel, Moshi, some of those churches, even the cathedral, these are representations of our spirituality, and the church stands at the center of it, Mr. Speaker. We all remember what happened a few years ago outside the cathedral and the loss of life, Mr. Speaker. And we all regret what happened. But it's an opportunity for us to be able, Mr. Speaker, to build a shrine for the departed persons who serve the Catholic Church, Mr. Speaker, and who lost their lives because of their faith, Mr. Speaker. That, we have an opportunity to build a remembrance of them, but at the same time, Mr. Speaker, to say to visitors, you can come and learn about an aspect of our history and, what it has meant for the church and the impact it has had on the church. So we've been working with the church. The church submitted the idea to us and told us they had an interest in this project. We wholeheartedly embraced it and supported it. We believe it will add a very valuable, component, Mr. Speaker, to our tourism product and our community tourism product, that visitors can actually visit the shrine when it is completed. I've seen the preliminary drawings, and it is very exciting, Mr. Speaker, what they are proposing. So this resolution will provide the resources for those 4 main projects, Mr. Speaker. But already we are looking to the next rung, Mr. Speaker, of the projects that we have to consider, and all in an attempt to build, Mr. Speaker, greater value in our St. Lucianness, Mr. Speaker, to expose more of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. And the member from Beaufort North spoke about the Drumming Festival, something that he had worked on for many years, had gone dormant, and was revived last October, Mr. Speaker. And he and I have sat down and we have done some visioning of where we want the Drumming Festival to go. And we're thinking of a drumming festival that will become the premier drumming festival in this part of the Antilles, Mr. Speaker. The entire, Mr. Speaker, where we can attract drummers from Africa, from South America, from all over to come to St. Lucia, come to Bellevue, come to Peru, spend the weekend, they spend a few days, Mr. Speaker, where they can do workshops on drumming and teach that aspect of our heritage. And of course, to have a full-scale drumming festival, Mr. Speaker. And just imagine that happening in Beaufort North, the growth of Airbnbs as persons who come down will want to look for accommodation, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we all know Beaufort North is probably our most exciting cultural community, Mr. Speaker, with Bel Air and Caudrille and all the other, cultural, cultural heritage, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the member from Beaufort North submitted a request to actually build amphitheaters, 2 amphitheaters in the constituency that he can certainly add to the cultural experiences that we offer as part of community tourism. They need it because even last year, for us to have the drumming festival, we had to bring in infrastructure. And the infrastructure we had to bring in sometimes can be very sterile, metal stages, and it doesn't look like what we want. They have an opportunity to design amphitheaters that reflect the cultural heritage. The member from Strozel was being teased about building the bridge, whatnot. But one thing you can say, at least on the bridge, they sought to have some reflection of the cultural, heritage of the region in which the bridge was built. And I think that's how we have to move as a country, for us to have more reflections of ourselves in our surroundings. And the member from Castle Central knows I always tell him about the murals that he's painted all over some parts of his constituency, to continue to do so, continue to paint ourselves. Let's look at ourselves on our walls, on our bridges, in our buildings. I know the member from Beaufort South always used to have, a big issue with this, that too many ugly buildings have been built in the country and they have no character and they have no personality. And he felt we should have buildings that speak of who we are. Because architecture is part of the definition of self and who we are as a people. So, Mr. Speaker, the Beaufort North has put forward proposals, and we're looking, and I'm in discussions with the member from Castries East about funding for that project. In Marshall, the member from Catholic says we often forget him. but there's an exciting proposal for an artisan village in the Masha market to redevelop and redesign the Masha market and have an artisan village that will show off the best of craft in St. Lucia in terms of leatherwork, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I don't know how many of you all remember many years ago, maybe the member from Beaufort South might remember it, and maybe Cassius North. Many years ago in 1979 when the Labour Party won, and this craft market was built in the Castries City near the old marketing board in that area there. A craft market was actually built there where you actually, I remember as a young boy walking past that, and you could actually see the craftsmen making sandals, making belts. You bought sandals there, you remember that? Oh, okay. Yeah. No, and you could actually go in there. Talk about 1979, under the Labour Party then, where you could walk in and see the craftsmen making belts, making bags, making sandals, and right there, drums, right there in the leather craft market. Well, come to think of it, the member of Beaufort South probably was involved in that because I think he was a consultant advisor in the Ministry of Education and Culture at that time, no? So he probably would recall some of that. But again, that's what we want in Masha, to make it a center for leathercraft and for artisan displays. And of course, I think the member from Castries East is looking for a place to house a steel pan side. So we're certainly going to take that into consideration. And that is another project that has been proposed. A hotel, an Airbnb, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, you know, Mr. Speaker, if you think about it, almost 300,000 persons leave Beaufort and drive up north to various hotels and Airbnbs. And along that route, sometimes they want a place to stop. You know, a place to take a drink, you know, he said Falco. And we need to start thinking of what are the stops along the route as you traverse around St. Lucia. You know, you have the Levies in Denry. We need to upgrade it, make sure it meets certain standards. The Mon Levy. But we have to think of ancillary. We have to think of canneries. And in Soufre, overlooking the heritage, the Pitos, the heritage site, there's no lookout there really. There's no vending. There are no toilets. There is no place for somebody to buy something to eat. So you drive by and you see persons parking their cars and taking photos, even of the, what you call it, the plaque that is there. But if somebody wants to use a restroom, there are no restrooms nearby. There's no way you could buy a souvenir. There's no way you could just decide, let me just have a meal, let me have some Bix and Accra and a little squash. There's none of that. And we are proposing around the island to identify strategic spots where we can build those. The same way you spoke about the bus stops and having the bus stops now becoming sites of commercial activity. So we need to start thinking as you drive around the island, what are the strategic spots? So the Mon, ancillary, there's talk of the Lacroix Flats, you know, because there's a beautiful view of the valley, the Roseau Valley from that area. The Angers Gap, for example, people stop to buy their corn. I think somebody owns the land in that area there, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, we can develop that area with a proper stop, Mr. Speaker. So you can literally drive around St. Lucia. Right now, the best bread you can get, and visitors, and I've actually met visitors overseas who have boasted about the bread at Tomaso, that they must stop at Tomaso to eat hot local bread. But we should have more of that around the island. So as people move around, they get cassava in canneries, they get hot bread in Tomaso, they might get something else, you know, in another community. So creating more experiences and more opportunities, Mr. Speaker. The member from Castries South East spoke about the hike in trail, Mr. Speaker. How can we develop that to add even greater to our adventure offerings, Mr. Speaker? there are quite a few other ideas, Mr. Speaker, in Soufre and other parts of the island where we are receiving proposals and ideas of things. The Monsito in Babono, I believe there's a meeting recently in Babono, and the ministry team went there, and they was boasting to me, one of the best views you can ever get, Mr. Speaker, is from that area, and that we should do a lookout point there. And some people ask, why lookout points? Why you want to do lookout points? Just think of the shared photo, the memories of somebody taking a photo in one of the most picturesque parts of this earth, Mr. Speaker, that they will carry with them wherever they go. And that photo, that memories of St. Lucia. So those areas and those photos and those opportunities we create are valuable, Mr. Speaker. So as we look forward, Mr. Speaker, in Strozel, Mr. Speaker, we actually... No, I'm coming to that one. It's something we've been working on. In Strozel, we're actually working on a craft tour, Mr. Speaker, where we'll have a specific designated tour where we visit selected craftspersons who are making cold pots, making baskets, the basket weaving, whatnot, and actually have it as an official tour, Mr. Speaker. And think of what that would create for those craft, people, Mr. Speaker. And we've already discussed it, and it's something we're going to work on, visiting various waterfalls around St. Lucia. Just imagine somebody getting a special prize, an extra day at a hotel or whatever, if you visit how many waterfalls in St. Lucia. So many beautiful and enchanting waterfalls we have in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, that St. Lucians don't even know about. I'm sure the member from Strozel can tell you quite a few, because one of his hobbies is chasing waterfalls in St. Lucia and rivers, Mr. Speaker. And all those experiences are community experiences. They tell of who we are as a people. And for this, Mr. Speaker, this borrowing is another step as we develop St. Lucia, we develop the product landscape, Mr. Speaker. We offer greater opportunities for St. Lucians to own part of the tourism industry and to show off the best of St. Lucia. The member from Catastrophic South spoke about, and he's right, we shouldn't do it just because of the visitors. We shouldn't do it just because of them. We have to do it because it's necessary. But at the same time, if you know you have visitors coming to your home, you make an extra effort to clean it up and to sort out your house and to make it look more presentable. That's our nature too. Think about the beaches. And that's why the point he made really struck with me, because it is true. But we cannot continue to have our people going to use the beaches and there are no facilities there, no toilets there, no lifeguards. We cannot continue to do it. So we're not doing it just for the tourists, but we're doing it for our people also, Mr. Speaker. So I am pleased to say, Mr. Speaker, that Simple Spark in Grosley is progressing very nicely, Mr. Speaker. And hopefully in the next few months, we'll be able to open Simple Spark in Grosley, Mr. Speaker. We are going to work on a facility at Ridgely Beach, Mr. Speaker. It's probably the busiest beach in St. Lucia. Again, you have no toilet facilities there. It's overcrowded during the cruise season. And, it is a problem, Mr. Speaker. I know in Laclery, VG. Well, VG, we already have some toilets there. We have to develop it. In Vieux-Fort, Mr. Speaker, we have to do a lot of work, Mr. Speaker, and we'll have to engage with the parliamentary representative for his vision of what he wants down there and how he wants it to develop. But we've already started speaking to a couple of stakeholders on their views as to what we can do. We will be, Mr. Speaker, and I want you to take note of it, the Caribbean Jewels project, Mr. Speaker. This is at Montpimad. We're actually going to build with the developer. The developer is actually going to build for us a beach park for St. Lucians that use that beach there. Because those of you who know that beach, is a little secluded. There are no facilities in there. And we want to create a space for St. Lucians to be able to continue to enjoy the beach there, but also to create economic activity for them. So you will see facilities going up in Ridgely, Mr. Speaker, in the Montpimad area. You will see facilities going up in Asfair along Millennium Highway. The Bakai Beach Park will be totally renovated and upgraded, Mr. Speaker. Like I said, down Vieux-Fort, we need to do some work in the Sandy Beach area and to do some, development in that area. So there's a lot that's going to happen under community tourism and in the restructuring of the tourism industry. The member from Beaufort North said he's excited about the future. Well, we all uber excited about the future and the prospects that it holds for our people. And I want to thank the member from Castries, is the Prime Minister, for continuing that journey that started many years ago, and many other ministers of tourism have contributed to ensuring that we place St. Lucians at the center of the tourism industry, to be the greatest beneficiaries of the tourism industry. And this is our historic task now, to take that journey a lot further than it has ever been before. My colleagues, Mr. Speaker, who continue to share the vision and support it and promote it, Mr. Speaker, that we will restructure, redesign, reorient the tourism industry and put our people first in ensuring that they can benefit from it. And our visitors who come here will have the most memorable experiences, ones that they will tell for generations to come. And that will be the foundation of success for our tourism industry. Thank you very much.
Member for Castries East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is to thank members for their various contributions, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the beauty of St. Lucia is legendary. I've just listened to what TripAdvisor says about St. Lucia. Castries Market, one of the top markets in the world, St. Lucia Forum, according to National Geographic, Castries Market is the #3 food market in the world. St. Lucia, second highest lighthouse in the world. Review of Cap Mulashik, St. Lucia, Caribbean, TripAdvisor. Castries Basilica of the Immaculate Conception, the former cathedral, as it is commonly known, is the largest church in the Caribbean, measuring 200 feet, 61 meters by 100 feet wide, 30 meters. Mr. Speaker, that is what St. Lucia is all about, Mr. Speaker. And that is what Nature Heritage Tourism Program, that was the beginning, that was the name in the beginning, Mr. Speaker. And we must pay tribute to Felix Finisterre in that regard. Mr. Speaker, that's what community tourism is all about. Reviving these things, making money from these things, but most importantly, allowing them to be sustainable, Mr. Speaker, for our visitors to enjoy, but they remain for the people, property of the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when we embarked on that journey of a philosophical underpinning to tourism, we were ridiculed, as usual. You were ridiculed, Mr. Speaker. You told me you didn't know what you were doing. Look at where it has reached, Mr. Speaker. Look at where it has reached now. Look at where it has reached now. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all the players in the tourism industry. And I want more particularly, I want to thank the people who have bought into that vision of a tourism that will benefit as many people as possible, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the only way we will earn the benefits and the economic gains of tourism is if everybody benefits from it. That's the only way, Mr. Speaker. No other way. And Mr. Speaker, for those of us who want to be selfish and criticize things like the Jazz Festival, Mr. Speaker, because it doesn't seem directly to be doing what they think tourism promotion should be, Mr. Speaker. Tell them, check, Mr. Speaker, that once the people are happy, once the people are getting a piece of the pie, the country will be a different place, Mr. Speaker. So I want to commend the Minister for Tourism. I want to commend the colleagues, my colleagues, Mr. Speaker. You see, Mr. Speaker, on Monday night, yesterday we left Cabinet at 20 to 25 minutes to 10. Mr. Speaker, what we were doing there was not to discuss who to victimize, was not to discuss who to block from a contract, was not to discuss how you can make somebody's life miserable, or you can cause somebody's child not to get an island scholarship. That's what we were discussing, Mr. Speaker. We were discussing how to advance St. Lucia. We are discussing how to make this place better, Mr. Speaker, for the people of St. Lucia. And I was not here, but when I heard that we were accused of none of us being able to run a business, that's the scorn and the contempt, in the insult. That's the scorn and contempt that the leader of the opposition holds for the products of St. Lucia. That's the contempt he holds, Mr. Speaker. Look around him, Mr. Speaker. Look at each individual, each man and woman here. Look at them in their own rights, Mr. Speaker. And you say, because they never run a business, they're not fit, they have no plans, Mr. Speaker. Look at the contribution for the member from Miku South, for Viewfort South, Mr. Speaker. Look at each one of these men and women here, Mr. Speaker. But because they do not have titles to their names, because their father could not leave wealth and money for them, Mr. Speaker, you must insult them. You must say that they have no plans because they have never run a business, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will not be deterred. We will not be deterred. We will remain focused, Mr. Speaker. This country is for everyone, Mr. Speaker, but the people must not be left behind. And that bill, together with the borrowing that we did for the young people through the Skills OECS program, for the money that we borrowed to deal with the land administration processes, the money we borrowed to see if we can enhance and make easier the collection of revenue to run the state, Mr. Speaker. All these bills show a government with a plan, a government with a vision, not a government that talks about 7 hotels and never builds one, not a government that talks about 23 islands and not understanding that that's not possible. Not a government that speaks about $1.2 billion worth of US of investment in this country, and not one, according to the member of the library, not one cage, not one power calosh pool. And I always say, and when the time of reckoning comes, it's coming soon in 2026. When the time of reckoning comes, Mr. Speaker, I want us to put up our hands and look at what we've done in this country. Look at our 5 years and look at their 5 years. Raise your hands up. Raise. A balance sheet. Put up your hand for your 5 years and put up our hand for our 5 years. And look at what we have done in our 5 years, Mr. Speaker. And look at what they did in their 5 years. In the next 6 years. And it's not because they didn't have plans. Of course they had plans, Mr. Speaker. Of course they had plans. But, of course they had plans, Mr. Speaker. Look at what we did. Look at this country where it was 2.5 years ago. Look at it where it is now, Mr. Speaker. And look at where it's heading. But, Mr. Speaker, as a member for Viewfort North says, there are some things that are happening that are not St. Lucian. We're not a violent people. We're not a violent people, Mr. Speaker. And we have to deal with it. And instead of the opposition trying, I want to make a point. Somebody told me yesterday that somebody in the opposition said they had contacted me to work together, to work on crime intervention, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in recent times, at least for this year, I have not been contacted by any member in any opposition party to speak anything about crime. And I want them to show the proof where I was contacted either by telephone, WhatsApp, fax, email, telex, if they still have it, Snapshot, TikTok, to talk anything about crime, Mr. Speaker. That has never happened. Never happened, Mr. Speaker. And I remain open to people, to anybody who comes with clean hands to discuss the issues of violence in this country. I remain open, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want members to support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that the benefits of tourism can continue to accrue to the people of the country, and the Ministry of Tourism and the Minister of Tourism, Mr. Speaker, can continue in the path that they are going so that St. Lucia can reap the benefits of the industry. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that Parliament be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow the amount of US $2,343,908, the loan from the CARICOM Development Fund to finance the implementation of the Community Tourism Program. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 12 years commencing from the date of disbursement of the loan inclusive of a grace period of 2 years. B, the loan is repayable in 40 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments on the 30th day of March, the 30th day of June, the 30th day of September, and the 30th day of December of each year over 10 years after the expiration of 2 years following the date of disbursement of the loan. C, interest is payable at the rate of 3% per annum. I now put the question. As many have that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many have a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills. Minister of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology. Minister of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation. Lord. Minister of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and Vocational Training.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, before I delve into the minute details of the proposed legislation, the first of its kind in our country, permit me to provide a broad overview of the global phenomenon that we know as climate change. Climate change, Mr. Speaker, refers to the long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns, and it is part of what scientists and environmentalists refer to as the triple planetary crisis, a term used, Mr. Speaker, to describe the intersecting of three global phenomena, environmental in nature, of course, of pollution, biodiversity loss, and the climate crisis itself. Human activities have been the main driver of climate change, primarily due to the burning of fossil fuels, such as coal, oil, gas, etc., which produce heat-trapping gases. And Mr. Speaker, the offenders, as we call them in climate change circles, particularly when we meet as smaller than developing states, are the industrialized and developed countries. And in their manufacturing activities, they consume large quantities of fossil fuel, thereby emitting, Mr. Speaker, huge amounts of greenhouse gases that contribute immensely to the warming of the Earth and its atmosphere. Mr. Speaker, the Caribbean is one of the regions of the world most vulnerable to climate change. We live on the front line of climate change. And if the Caribbean is on the front line of climate change, naturally, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia and St. Lucians, we too live on the front line of climate change. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, a year and maybe and maybe 4 months ago, we witnessed firsthand in St. Lucia where a weather system remained stationary on the northern half of St. Lucia, and in the space of 2 to 3 hours deposited water or rain on Corinth and Gruzile, Mr. Speaker, in amounts that had never been seen before by this generation. And in the space of 2-3 hours, Mr. Speaker, appliances were floating from inside homes and finding themselves on the streets of Corinth like dry leaves and pieces of paper. Cars, Mr. Speaker, weighing hundreds of pounds, Mr. Speaker, were no match for the waters that descended on Corinth, rendering the place, Mr. Speaker, a disaster zone. And I recall in the immediate aftermath of that particular weather event, I traveled to Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, where I joined environmental ministers responsible for the environment and climate change at COP27. And there, Mr. Speaker, we spoke in one voice as representatives of small island developing states to the injustices that we had to suffer and confront as countries affected by climate change. Climate change, Mr. Speaker, can cause your GDP to be wiped out in the space of 2 hours. Climate change, Mr. Speaker, or the impacts of climate change can result in the loss of livelihoods. People can also die. And climate change, Mr. Speaker, can affect every facet of a society, every sector of your economy. Mr. Speaker, disasters triggered by climate change in Latin America and the Caribbean in the last, from 1990 to the year 2022, disasters were quantified in the region of roughly $2 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, climate change ought to be taken seriously. But how does climate change really manifest itself on St. Lucia and other small island developing states of the Caribbean? Mr. Speaker, we see a rise in sea levels. Large coastal populations in the Caribbean are under threat. And if the ocean continues to rise at the rate that it has been rising, we are being told by scientists that in a few decades from now, Mr. Speaker, a lot of the coastal villages that we know will cease to exist, and people will have to move to higher ground, thereby losing property, losing their livelihoods, and things of that sort. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, almost every island of the Caribbean has to find monies to spend in building what we call sea defenses. In a place like Belize, Bahamas, and even here in St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the coastline in Vieux-Fort in particular, at the end of the Hiranura International Airport runway, the government of St. Lucia has had, Mr. Speaker, to find boulders, and continually we've had to place boulders on the shoreline to protect the coast from the wave action that has been eating away at the land for some time now. Mr. Speaker, climate change manifests itself in the form of stronger hurricanes, because when the ocean temperature rises, it creates an environment that is very conducive for hurricanes to form with greater frequency and with more strength, Mr. Speaker. Climate change also manifests itself in longer dry seasons, and that has implications for crop production and water security. Mr. Speaker, we have witnessed very erratic weather patterns in recent times, all as a result of climate change. And I say all of this to say, Mr. Speaker, that given the fact that climate change results from the consumption of fossil fuels by more developed countries, Mr. Speaker, it is grossly unfair for small island developing states like St. Lucia to have to face the brunt of something we did not create, thereby giving rise to the whole concept of climate injustice as we've come to know it at the UNFCCC when we meet for meetings of different kinds. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have had to go to international meetings asking the developed countries to pay up and to make resources available to the smaller developing countries to treat with the issues of climate change. And for many years now, Mr. Speaker, it will have appeared that the cries of small island developing states had been falling on deaf ears. And so I was extremely elated when in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, at the COP, a decision was taken to establish a loss and damage fund that would give access to resources to smaller countries to deal with their adaptation and mitigation issues. Mr. Speaker, at the most recent COP held in Dubai, progress was made in that respect. And today, as we speak, plans are being finalized to capitalize and operationalize the loss and damage fund. Mr. Speaker, every year, the Caribbean is impacted by hurricanes and storms. And once they have come through the island chain, they leave a trail of destruction in their wake. And governments have to find monies that are not readily available to build back and to build more resilient infrastructure to ensure that next year's hurricane season does not unleash in the way that the previous would have. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure that there is climate justice. And climate justice speaks to putting people at the heart of decision making as it relates to climate action. The unequal historical responsibility that countries and communities bear in relation to climate change and the climate crisis is something that we must take very, very seriously. And so, Mr. Speaker, for something that impacts your country so dramatically and in such a profound way, the international community is saying that given the impact of climate change, be it at the domestic level, the regional level, or globally, the time has come, Mr. Speaker, for there to be legislation across countries to guide and inform how countries treat with issues of adaptation and mitigation. Adaptation speaks to the programs that a government will embark on to have its citizens coexist with the impacts of climate change. Whereas mitigation, on the other hand, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the measures that one can resort to ensure that there isn't greenhouse gas emissions or things that contribute to the whole climate change phenomenon itself being given currency. And so today, Mr. Speaker, international lending agencies and international organizations are saying to small island developing states that we are prepared to give you money, but we must see on your books legislation that speaks to how you are going to address climate change and how you're going to deal with the issues of adaptation and mitigation. And it is against that backdrop, more than anything else, Mr. Speaker, our government saw the need to enact legislation that deals with climate change. And that is why today I'm presenting to this Honorable House the Climate Change Bill 2023 on behalf of the Cabinet of Ministers I happen to be a part of. The Climate Change Bill establishes the rules for a coordinated national response to climate change, while taking into account St. Lucia's status as a small island developing nation. It establishes the National Climate Change Committee, or the NCCC, a technical advisory body comprising public, private, and civil society entities, and the functions of the Department of Sustainable Development as the National Climate Change Focal Point. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned adaptation and mitigation. Those responsibilities are shared. For instance, the Department of Forestry has a direct stake in the whole mitigation thrust. Because, Mr. Speaker, one of the responses to climate change to help with mitigation is for us to plant more trees that would cause the trees themselves to absorb excess carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, giving rise to a much cooler planet. The bill facilitates the development and implementation of policies, legislation, guidelines, standards, processes, programs, and projects for mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage. It establishes the importance of and facilitates inter alia access to finance, technology transfer, capacity building, awareness raising, reporting, research, and data management in the realm of building climate resilience. Through its incorporation of new standards for risk-informed decision-making, establishment of a strong governance architecture for St. Lucia's climate change response, and legal structure for aiding and financing economy-wide resilience and mitigation efforts, the bill has been developed under the necessity to be a regional example of national climate change legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I spoke to that earlier when I said that this piece of legislation is the first of its kind in the Caribbean. The purpose of the bill is to offer a thorough framework for St. Lucia's response to climate change. By so doing, the bill conveys the extent of St. Lucia's commitment to combating climate change and to enshrine in law the emission reduction targets outlined in the Paris Agreement to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, otherwise known as the UNFCCC. More specifically, under this bill, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change has the force of law in St. Lucia, as does the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. The bill realizes the challenges that climate change poses to the population, natural resources and economy, and the urgency of climate action that is needed, and provides a high-level framework for St. Lucia's response to climate change. In response to this emergency, the bill creates the framework necessary to help St. Lucia better meet its obligation under the Paris Agreement and the UNFCCC as a whole. These legal standards will aid in the creation and execution of a comprehensive and long-term response to climate change. The bill will provide governance arrangements, reporting requirements, and new overall standards with the intention of enhancing St. Lucia's capacity and ability to transition and adapt in order to protect St. Lucia's future and its people in the face of global climate change. And the bill, Mr. Speaker, also gives important policies that are already in place a solid legal foundation. So all of what we've been doing in relation to managing climate change, Mr. Speaker, the policies, although they are among the best in the world and they sit well with international standards, they have no legal basis. And so this piece of legislation will ensure, Mr. Speaker, that not only will we be doing things in a discretionary way, but we would have the legal authority as the Department of Sustainable Development and allied agencies to ensure that as we roll out our plans in relation to climate action, we will have a legal footing on which to do so. These policies include the National Adaptation Plan and the Climate Change Adaptation Policy and the Nationally Determined Contribution, NDC, which will be continuously reviewed and modified as part of St. Lucia's climate change policy suite. The climate priority sector in the bill, Mr. Speaker, consistent with the National Adaptation Plan and the Nationally Determined Contributions, are water, agriculture, fisheries, natural resources management, resilient ecosystems, infrastructure, spatial planning, education, health, tourism, energy, and transportation. And Mr. Speaker, this is consistent with a point that I attempted to make earlier when I said that every facet of society is impacted by climate change. Mr. Speaker, with less rainfall, Mr. Speaker, you have a problem with the availability of water. And when there's no water, it affects your hospitals. When you have an insufficient supply of water at the community level, Mr. Speaker, it means that schools cannot be serviced adequately. And there have been times when we have had to dismiss schools, sending children home at 12 o'clock, resulting in a loss of instruction time. Mr. Speaker, very recently we were visited by Tropical Storm Brett, and we saw what happened, particularly to the schools in the south. The Viewfort Primary School was impacted severely, and we had to find in excess of $1 million to restore the roof at the Viewfort Primary School. We had to find monies to restore the roof at the Mogu School, and we also had to find monies, Mr. Speaker, to repair the damage inflicted by that particular weather system at the Bellevue Combined School. Mr. Speaker, the definitions utilized in this bill have been extracted from the resources of the UNFCCC and the relevant websites to which they relate. So in other words, Mr. Speaker, not only are we putting forward a bill to deal with the issues of St. Lucia, but the jargon and the lexicon of the legislation sits well with what has been established by the global authority on matters of climate change, that is the UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. The purpose of utilizing the said definitions, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that there is consistency with the global understanding of the different institutions, mechanisms, and ideologies. Mr. Speaker, I believe this piece of legislation is timely. It basically sets St. Lucia apart with some of our counterparts in terms of how advanced we are dealing with the issues of climate change. And as I would have indicated, Mr. Speaker, from time to time we may have to revisit certain aspects of the bill, making modification. But what is very important and very salient here today is the fact that we are putting into law, Mr. Speaker, a mechanism that will inform how we deal with matters of climate change and how climate change impacts the livelihoods of St. Lucians and, of course, by extension, the people of the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, this is my submission of the bill. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the question is that the climate change bill be read a second time. Member for Viewfort South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're all very tired. It's now 12 minutes to 8 o'clock. And to be frank, I think this piece of legislation is so very important, so very critical, underscored by the fact that the responsible minister has just indicated that this is the first of its type of legislation for the Eastern Caribbean, that it would have been so much better if this piece of legislation was debated when perhaps St. Lucian people could have listened to us and our contributions, and because of the enormous challenges, among other things, that face us. So there is some disappointment on my part that we are debating this bill at a very late hour, when perhaps our energies have been sapped a little and they are at a rather low ebb. That having been said, Mr. Speaker, I just want to add my voice to the debate, but in a very limited way, just to highlight a few issues that I regard as important and perhaps necessary to highlight. Mr. Speaker, I have to confirm and confess that I rather like the introduction made by the minister, by the member for Denry North, as he put the bill into context, and he was absolutely correct to draw the attention of the House and the public at large to what is happening to us worldwide, and indeed sharing with us our own experiences, whether it is tropical storm Brett or other weather systems. And I am also very pleased too that he touched on my own constituency, Viewfort South, to which I shall return to in a few moments. Mr. Speaker, when the St. Lucia Labour Party won the elections in 2011, and I was in the process of constructing the then cabinet of ministers, I recall I wanted to name the ministry with responsibility for climate matters as the Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Affairs. I had intended then that it would have been a separate and distinct ministry for a number of reasons. One, to bring across to the people of St. Lucia the real dangers we face with climate change, and to compartmentalize, to put focus and direction and energy into the issues regarding climate change. And secondly, the conjuncture was just perfect, just right, because money was becoming available for matters of climate change. It is true that the world had not come to accept the principles of loss and damage because it was floated in Paris during the talks on climate change. It was argued, but we did not succeed in persuading the international community that it was the right direction at the time. But the fact is that there were private entities and governments that were prepared to begin the process of investment. In a sense, I was persuaded by the then occupant of that ministry with responsibility for climate matters, Dr. Fletcher at the time, who insisted that the term sustainable development was a far better term and the ministry should be named sustainable development. I have not had conversations with him recently over issues of climate change and environment, etc. But I often wonder whether he now regrets the decision that we did not name the ministry as a Ministry of Environmental Affairs, our Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Affairs, and now you could have added, if you wanted, to the blue economy. And I believe that even if time has elapsed, that in some future configuration of ministries, we can begin to move in that direction, because if we do so, then we'll be taking a major step forward in persuading the international community how serious we are about climate issues. And such a step would be far more important, for example, than giving this legislation, giving the protocols the force of law in this legislation, which I shall come to in a few minutes because it bothers me. Now, Mr. Speaker, I hope, as I said, that when we look to the future, we look at this configuration, that we can take the lead in doing so, because if we can do so, then our capacity to mobilize funding would be even better, would be enhanced. And the reality is that the time has come for us to move in that direction, precisely because of what faces our country and the Eastern Caribbean and the world over. Having said this, Mr. Speaker, I just simply want to emphasize how timely this piece of legislation is, and I'm certain that's very near into the future that the ministry will want to return to this legislation, make adjustments, because it's on the agenda, the climate agenda is unfolding, and we have to expect that changes will come fast and furious, and so too will be the bureaucracy that we create to manage climate change. It's interesting that the minister made the point about definitions and terms in the legislation, and I understood fully that we have to use the vocabulary of the era, the language of the day. But at the same time, I just wished and hoped that there could have been far greater clarity in the use of some of the terms used in the definitions described, because I really do believe that this is a piece of legislation that even our school children need to come to terms with. Of course, you can argue that they too have to understand the lexicon of the day, the lexicon of climate change, and when they hear others speak about it, your Greta Thunbergs and others, whatever, I think that's the correct name, if I do recall. But that being the case, and you have to adjust to this vocabulary, how pleasing it would have been if it were possible for far more elegant and simpler terms to be used. And when you look at the definition of climate change in the legislation, it says means a change of climate which is attributed directly or indirectly to anthropogenic activity. Anthropogenic activity. Is that a correct pronunciation? Is it? I don't think you can escape that possibility to tell us what it is. But, Mr. Speaker, you didn't begin to understand what I'm saying but then that is the lexicon of the day. And then if you go further, greenhouse gas means a gaseous compound in the atmosphere that is capable of absorbing infrared radiation. Of course, the young scientists may know what these terms mean, but I wonder about the young school children who have to be told what this is infrared radiation, and I can go on and on. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm just saying that we need to popularize legislation that has a major impact on our lives, and wherever we have that opportunity, we need to do so. I regret, Mr. Speaker, I did not have a personal conversation with the minister regarding this piece of legislation. I suspect neither of us really had the time to make contact, to have a little chat, and these are not by way of criticisms, really. I think it is more in the nature of observations for the next round when we are looking at the unfolding story of climate change. But there are one or two little things, Mr. Speaker. If you look at page 8 on the definition of loss and damage, I don't know, but I've always said that people who draft legislation have different philosophies, different approaches to things, and so on. And I mean, I love the music of language. I'm not gifted in language, Mr. Speaker. I'm not gifted, but I love its music, I love its cadence, I love its flow, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I often used to say to my colleagues, and maybe I shouldn't make a public statement, and because people will use it against me, because perhaps they'll ascribe certain things they didn't understand before. I remember you saying to them, Mr. Speaker, when I had the honor to serve as Prime Minister of this country, that there were moments in my life as a Prime Minister when I became a little bored with being Prime Minister. I actually became bored because you were dealing with the same things over and over and over and over and over. And if you were like me, put in a position where you had to receive certain calls every morning, long calls complaining about every living thing in this country, and calls which never identified one thing positive that was occurring in the country, then you can imagine how depressing this must all be. But you have to be Prime Minister to understand those things, and those who thought that being Prime Minister was the ultimate, maybe they're now beginning to understand, or they have understood, and I'm referring to all the Prime Ministers in recent years, what's involved. I remember last night I was having a conversation with somebody, and so the person was saying to me, they wonder how Prime Minister Pierre is sleeping at nights. And I laughed, and I said, well, I've known him for years, and I know he has a habit, he goes to bed late. He used to wander all over the place when he was a minister. And judging by the messages you may receive at night, he does wander late. So perhaps he sleeps well, but that's jest. I'm just poking fun at him. But the reality is that the issues that face you, the challenges, are so consuming that getting peace of mind is a very real issue. And I dealt with those moments of boredom that I had by drafting legislation. I actually drafted legislation, sat and reviewed legislation, and actually crafted legislation, and I can remember several pieces of legislation that I then sat with attorneys general and actually drafted. So you see, there is a music to language, a beauty to language, and to come back to it, Mr. Speaker, to zero in on the point, there's a definition of loss says loss in relation to loss and damage means an irreversible and permanent impact of climate change. Now, again, it goes back to philosophy of language. Loss in relation to climate change is like taking loss out of loss and damage and giving it separate meaning. But then just below that is a definition of loss and damage means the economic and non-economic experienced impacts of climate change despite mitigation and adaptation efforts. So that in effect, loss is not irreversible after all. There could be loss that is reversible. So why then have a definition, loss in relation to loss and damage means an irreversible and permanent impact of climate change? That kind of, you can have loss that is irreversible, but that is only one aspect of the concept of loss. Would it not have been simpler and better to say, to absorb loss under the concept of loss and damage, and simply say loss and damage means the economic and non-economic experience impacts of climate change despite mitigation and adaptation efforts, and also include irreversible and permanent impact of climate change? Again, I don't know, Mr. Speaker, philosophy, but it seems to me it looks a little clumsy in the approach that we are using. But I don't know the lexicon. The minister does. So perhaps the minister is in a position to say, well, it's necessary for reasons A, B, and C. And the Attorney General might say that, as he usually says to me, well, my drafters and my officers say X, Y, and Z, and at that point, what are you going to do? But I'm just saying, I haven't had the opportunity to discuss this with him, but these are the little things I think that jump out. The second thing, Mr. Speaker, having touched on these little minor matters, I want to just direct attention to a very important clause in this bill. And I'm very serious. It does cause me a little anxiety. And it's a little unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes you only see these things on the eve of the debate in the House. It's clause 3, the force of law. The clause says the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change has a force of law in St. Lucia. The Kyoto Protocol has a force of law in St. Lucia. The Paris Agreement has a force of law in St. Lucia. A protocol or an agreement made under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, to which St. Lucia is a party, has a force of law in St. Lucia. I confess, Mr. Speaker, I confess openly, I am one of those lawyers, academics at one time, as an academic at one time, who oppose the enforceability of international conventions in domestic jurisdictions unless there are overwhelming reasons to do so. I have always felt uncomfortable by the imposition of international law because it undermines the sovereignty of individual states. I don't subscribe to it, and there must be good reason, as far as I'm concerned. But that is an isolated view, and I have argued it with eminent counsel and with eminent lawyers and so on, and practitioners of public international law, which is not a body of law I have much regard for. I confess all my sins, Mr. Speaker. I confess all my sins in that regard. But I'll tell you why I have issues with this. I don't know whether all nations will go as far as to make all these conventions the force of law, give them the force of law. Because you have to remember, in the same piece of legislation, we also say, I believe, in clause 5 that this act binds the Crown, which means that the Crown, the state of St. Lucia, is bound by these protocols, etc. Now, what is the implication? It means ultimately that any citizen of this country can in fact sue the government of St. Lucia for not observing or implementing any of those conventions. That's what it means. And life has been made easier these days because in the revised rules of civil procedure in St. Lucia, and this is an amazing development I don't even think you all are aware of around this table. I don't even think you are aware of it. That the Chief Justice has made new rules or made some changes to the civil procedure rules. And one of the major changes is that you do not require leave anymore to challenge the decisions of ministers or public authorities or public functionaries. Before, it was a two-stage process. First, you had to apply for leave to bring the action. We call it leave for judicial review. And if the court agrees that there is a valid case, a prima facie case, and there is a case to argue, then the court will say, all right, I am going to grant you leave, and then you get leave to deal with a substantive matter or the substantive complaint. It was like a sieve. It was not, sorry, like now it's not even a sieve. The doors are wide open. So you don't have to apply to the court for leave for judicial review. You just apply directly to the court for the usual administrative orders of judicial review. And then the court will decide on the merits of the case yearly. Which means basically that if ministers commit infractions, no longer can the Attorney General put up the initial defense, but this is not a suitable matter for judicial review. And the courts have liberalized what you call local standard. They have liberalized the rights of complainants to appear before it. The courts are no longer interested in whether you really have a relevant interest in the matter to bring the matter to court. I mean, yes, I mean, when you consider what happened in the Rochamel case, and when then counsel brought a challenge on the Rochamel case, we had to go through these processes, whether leave should be granted, and of course the government has to decide whether they oppose the grant of leave or not. But then it was a procedural safeguard that prevented busybodies from going to the courts and arguing all kinds of specious cases. So now the doors are wide open. And this is a problem with this, because you see, once you ascribe the force of law, then what it does mean is that if you're not going to keep your commitments in respect of these various protocols, then you are open to be challenged. That's the implication. But there's a deeper problem for me, Mr. Speaker, and it is this. We all know that what was agreed in Paris is not being implemented by nations. We know that for a fact. We know that there have been several agreements, protocol after protocol, but nations are not observing or implementing or ascribing any importance to a lot of these protocols. So what are you going to do? Because the reality is that we are ascribing to ourselves a seriousness because nations want us to do it to show that we're serious about climate change, but they themselves are not observing those protocols, and we have gone to the extreme now of saying these things have the force of law in our country, and it binds the crown. Now, again, I don't know what the philosophy is, and I regret I didn't have a chance to do the kind of reflection, but that I am just saying that these are issues that we need to think about very carefully when we are attempting to impose those conventions on our country and ascribing to it legislative force. And I don't know, we were talking about memory today, we have been chatting about memory and so on. And I don't know if my former cabinet colleagues will remember that whenever, and I see the Minister of External Affairs is looking at me intently, he has a way, when he suspects I'm about to touch on some matter touching his ministry, he looks at me intently and as if to say, now what are you going to come in with, or what is it you're going to tell me, etc. He abandons his aviation posture. He is no longer preparing to land or anything like that, or look into the skies to determine which airplane is going to land. He looks at me, but only I'm going to make a simple non-contentious point, and that was that if you remember very well, whenever he presented one of those conventions to cabinet for approval, he always met in me a certain reluctance to go along with it and to approve it and put it into law. So this is nothing new, I'm saying. It's been an article of faith, because I used to resent the fact that these international obligations were putting obligations on small states like ours, and we did not have the resources to satisfy or meet these obligations because we were being oppressed by these larger states. So it's nothing new to me, but my article of faith, that's what I believe, and I just think we have to be exceedingly careful. True, very true, Mr. Speaker. When countries see this and they look at St. Lucia, they'll say, that is the example we want. Yeah. That is the right example. St. Lucia is leading the way. The question is, at what cost? That's the issue. So, Mr. Speaker, I have a few little reservations. The third thing I want to say, and this one perhaps the Attorney General may want to reflect on this. Mr. Speaker, I believe that some of the objectives are very, very laudable. I really, really, really do. If you look at Clause 4, Mr. Speaker, it has a compendium of sub-provisions, and look at it. It says in Clause 4D, the purpose of this act are to support the integration of climate change considerations into existing and new sectoral laws, policies, strategies, plans, standards, guidelines, criteria, programs, projects, and processes. F, institute measures to reduce the vulnerability of the people and ecosystems to the adverse effects of climate change. And you can go on, very laudable. Now, if you look at the functions of the department, which have been very carefully worded, the department's functions, as you will see, Mr. Speaker, says without prejudice to the functions of another ministry or department, careful wording, the functions of the department are, and then they go through it in some detail. Really interesting. And if you look at G, formulate and review policies and guidelines for climate change and measures and actions. A, on climate change mitigation, adaptation, climate displacement, loss and damage, planned relocation, to encourage scientific and technological research, the development, transfer, and deployment of technologies, equipment, and processes for climate change mitigation and adaptation. And, I mean, this is very all-embracing. And then if you go down to H, in the case of green gas emission reduction, incidentally, I want to tease the minister in a few minutes. A range of things. Provision is made in J for collaboration, KLMNOP. Now, I'll tell you what bothers me, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what bothers me. There is absolutely no reference, no guidance on the issue of physical infrastructure to deal with the vulnerability of climate change. We are not clothing the department with the power to recommend even policies on infrastructure and physical development to deal with issues of climate change. Now, you will tell me in response, the drafters will tell me in response, but I just like to make noise. All of that is implied. All of that is implied in the legislation. In typical Kenny Anthony, it is not there. You don't need it because it's implied. That is the usual response. But let me give a warning to this House. I am in the courts of St. Lucia. I have had the experience in a labor matter where when the Labor Act was being presented, there was a section in that Labor Act that on presentation I indicated that the intention of a specific provision was that issues that employees of public authorities like statutory boards, Castries Constituency Council, would be exempted from the provisions of the Labor Act in respect of matters of their termination and discipline. They are not public officers for those purposes. They are not to be treated, They are to be treated as public, the other way around. They are to be treated as public authorities or public servants or employees of the Crown, and therefore these matters should not be handled by the Labour Commissioner or in fact the Labour Tribunal. And the court ruled against me. The court said that's not the meaning of the section. And you know the lesson? Of course, I went on to win the case subsequently. And the person whom I represented was able to secure reasonable damages for the wrong that had been committed. But what struck me was that here was Parliament in its deliberation saying, well, that's what the section means, that is what we intend, and the court is telling you, no, you are wrong, that's not what. And what is worse is that I sat on the chair and I was the one pointing out what the section was intended to do. What are you going to tell a judge? And by the way, he was a very bright judge. What are you going to tell him? You then go and sit down and tell him, but your order, I was in Parliament, I'm the one who presented the legislation, I didn't mean it to say that, and I told my colleagues that's not what it meant. You can't put that and say that in court. Of course, you can appeal the decision, but as you know, sometimes you have to live with decisions you know that are wrong because the client just don't have the wherewithal. Sometimes you have to fight on principle, but it's not all the time I have the energy to fight on principle, Mr. Speaker. Don't look at the clock, Mr. Speaker. I'll soon finish. Don't worry, Mr. Speaker. You have to go down to Migu's house today, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's a critical and crucial issue. It is to the credit of this government, Mr. Speaker, and it goes back to our tenure in 2011, that we have been building, for example, climate resilient bridges in this country. We took a decision, we made a decision in 2011 that any bridge to be built in St. Lucia must satisfy climate resilience, because we can no longer afford a situation where bridges were being torn asunder by rising waters, be they rivers or otherwise. And you saw that policy being given expression in the bridge, Badawansh, 2 bridges, Grand Riviere, the Alba Bridge, the Tomaso Bridge, that policy being in the PI Bridge when I signed the agreement for the PI Bridge. Also, when I signed the agreement with then Prime Minister of Japan for that bridge that is in cul-de-sac, and I've told the Minister I hope we have the courage to name that bridge after the Prime Minister involved, Shinzo Abe, because of that very generous grant. Japan deserves it because of the investment they have made. And I hope we can name the bridge after him, the Shinzo Abe Bridge, because it is a fascinating piece of architecture. It's a very nice bridge. I can't say much for the road next to it, but now that the new generation of bridges, apart from PI, we now have canneries and hopefully ancillary. And Mr. Speaker, I mean, I heard members waxing eloquently today, and some made references constantly about the future, which we have to talk about all the time. And we do things as politicians, and people don't understand why, they don't appreciate the value of it. I mean, but something will happen sometime that suddenly will resonate, and people will see the importance of what we do, You must never give up. Never ever give up. Never ever give up. Don't give up on people. No matter how cruel they are to you and how abusive they are to you, don't give up on them. Never ever do that. You're a young politician and you don't understand, but it's all right. They'll come around and they'll understand someday. So they are beginning to understand those very bridges. Yeah, everybody's praising the PI Bridge because of the cultural symbols, quite rightly. Everybody is to be applauded for that. I think it's a step in the right direction. And the Minister of Tourism said it right, that we have to allow our personalities to come through the architecture of our buildings. Of course, I know I'll have more to say on that in due course, and I may say on some things that are unpleasant, but it'll be consistent with that philosophy. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I do not believe a matter as important as that should be left to the Ministry of Planning. You see that Ministry of Planning? I don't believe a matter like that should be left to them. I wish we could have had a debate on the Ministry of Department of Physical Planning and the planning authorities in this country. I wish we could have had a debate on that. Something will happen for us to have a debate, to have a discussion on that department. But that should not be left to them, because you see, in this bill, the minister has correctly understood he has a minefield. He can't dictate, he can't direct to ministries, but what he has done skillfully, and this drafter may have helped him on this occasion, so I applaud the drafter, is to allow him or her the authority and the power to make prescriptions, to issue guidelines. Now, what I'm saying is that either the department, under the provisions governing the department, maybe a gentle amendment could be made to say something like that the department will issue guidelines for physical infrastructure in vulnerable areas, or some such thing, some such language, something like this. And that physical infrastructure should not just be roads and bridges, but also should be buildings. Now, I believe that the member for Castries North is getting my drift. Because you can't tell me in this age of climate change you're going to put up a Wasco building with glass if you vote south next to a major beach. How you justify that? How do you justify that? Now, Mr. Speaker, the minister is absolutely correct, Mr. Speaker, to identify Vieux Fort as a vulnerable area. And I've spoken about this matter before. I don't know if you're taking it seriously, you know. I don't know if Slasper is taking it seriously. I really don't know. I don't know if Invest St. Lucia is taking this matter very seriously. I don't know how many people know how many feet above the sea level Vieux Fort that section in the earth really is and how vulnerable it is. And the member for Castries East will tell you when he was Minister of Infrastructure that he had a taste for it when we had that famous weather system that tore apart what Vieux Fortians insist must be maintained as part of their patrimony. The concrete road next to Sandy Beach that the former Prime Minister was intent on destroying because he had to teach Vieux Fortians a lesson. The fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is this. No infrastructure should ever be allowed on Sandy Beach or that area close to Sandy Beach, tourism or no tourism. That should be a no building zone, period. The minister speaks of decades. I think he's wrong. I think he's wrong. The effects of rising waters will be sooner than decades. And Vieux Fort will be the first to suffer. As a matter of fact, I am saying now that as part of the process of our forward thinking to deal with issues of climate change, we should prepare a relocation plan for the inhabitants of Vieux Fort. Whether you don't do it tomorrow, it's done the day after, but land should be reserved to move the people of Vieux Fort from that piece of land between the area of Moulin Chic and of course going beyond the airport to Vieux Fort North. That is what forward thinking means, and that is what adaptation, and that is what resilience means, and that is what it means prepared for climate change. God forbid that we have to face a major earthquake and the people. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, whether I'll be alive when these things happen. I don't know the rate at which things are going. I'm a little mortified these days, but you know, Mr. Speaker, these are things, these are realities we have to come to face too. We shouldn't be putting any more buildings so close to that area. Rather, what we should be doing is to protect it to the best of our abilities. And the northern part of the runway is particularly susceptible that I'm not too sure that a good job is being done to maintain it. I've raised this matter with the Ministry of Infrastructure. I've raised it with SLASPA, but you know SLASPA don't take me on. No. For years I've been telling them to clean up, they invested Lucia to clean up the road leading to the airport. It can't be right that the people of St. Lucia have to be driving along a road like that, and the road is in that state with all kind of old buildings, all kind of vehicles at the side of the road, on their way to our international airport. But you know, they leave it there. But you know, I'll tell you something. I have, 2.5 years ago? 2.5 years ago? There's 10. You know, there comes a time when you're tired of talking, Mr. Speaker. I spoke about the value of repetition this morning. You see, I'm raising this issue all the time. Which one? Which part I'm referring to? I am referring to that section from the quarry driving into the airport on the right side. I have asked for that quarry to be closed down because of the damage it's doing to the health of the people of Vieux Fort. When I had the pleasure to serve as the Prime Minister of this country, I ordered it to be closed They closed it, the next government came in, they promptly reopened it. They have disfigured that mountain. That mountain was part of the patrimony of you four. They disfigured it. And you must think I must be emotional about these things. Because you warn them, you talk to them. You talk, well, you know. And the minister who's responsible for plan, please tell the Ministry of Planning, I don't want no more billboards in View Fort. It's disfiguring my constituency. I'm fed up with the billboards. Go and put the billboards in other constituencies that want decorations. Take them out. I don't know whether it's Labrie or Miku South or North or whatever the case is, but take out the billboards from my constituency.
Send it to the Republic.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I hope what I'm trying to say is understood. And maybe the minister in his reply will say to me, I must not worry because now that I have this legislation, I'll prepare mitigation plans. But we have to begin to think further. And that is why I have to say to the member for Castries East, I am so petrified about the future and the safety of Giwanora International Airport. That's why we have to make wise decisions regarding the expansion of the airport. And when you see a terminal building was being put in an exact area which used to be an old river water course, it has to be madness, utter madness. That is why you have the Bacadé in the state that it is, because water continues to leak from the river beneath the airport, finding itself over there. That's why that place can never dry. The member for Labrie understands what I'm talking about, because in the days when he used to work at the airport in his boredom, he used to look across at Bacadé and the river there to be distracted. Not so? I know your habits. But these are the realities that we face. That being said, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the Attorney General will just take that comment in stride and see whether we can. It doesn't have to be done today, but there are ways of doing it. You think about it, and maybe it can be done in the Senate, but at least a provision to enhance the capacity of the department to give guidelines regarding physical infrastructure, including buildings, roads, bridges, etc. You cannot leave those things, and don't tell me it's implied, because the implication is not strong enough. And Section 25, well, we'll come to that in a minute. I'll come there in a minute. So, you understand, Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to, because we have in fact started to practice some of those things. When we build this new generation, I call them a new generation of bridges. And you have seen the evidence of it. Every time I pass on the Albert Bridge, I marvel at it. Well, it is in your constituency, but I remember it was the then Minister of Infrastructure who was faithful to the discussions we had regarding this new generation of bridges, and he was criticized a lot. But everybody applauds that bridge today. Everybody. Now, I want to go briefly to clause 18. Read it, Mr. Speaker. Take a look at clause 18. The department shall, in collaboration with the committee, coordinate the development of climate change adaptation policy every 10 years. Now, that can't be for real, because climate change issues are developing so rapidly that, I mean, really, this is something that should be looked at every 2-3 years. And I don't know if this slipped the minister. I don't know if it slipped the minister. And look at it, it is reproduced in clause 19. The department shall coordinate the development and updating of a national adaptation plan at least every 10 years. You will become obsolete. By then you would be totally obsolete. What I find the Act does is to perhaps give an institutional focus onto itself. And maybe there's excessive institutional focus so that these vital things are looked at. Now, a little, perhaps, distraction. Take a look at clause 21, greenhouse inventory.
Member for Vivote South, you have 15 minutes left.
How many more?
15.
Oh, okay. Hi, Mr. Speaker. I didn't realize I'd spoken for an hour. Time has a way, almost an hour, but anyhow, I'll come to that. Take a look at clause 21. The department shall, after consultation with the committee and other experts, keep and maintain a greenhouse gas inventory. The greenhouse gas inventory under subsection 1 must show a periodical estimate of human-induced emissions by sources and removals by sinks of greenhouse gases. I thought this was very interesting because how are you really going to go about measuring emissions in St. Lucia and determine the human contribution to it? Because, I mean, the reality is that what we are suffering basically is because of emissions induced by the developed countries. They're the cause of our problems, you know. We are making things worse by some of the things that we do here in St. Lucia. And I'm happy you mentioned the issue of replanting trees, and you have to hurry up about it. When I had the honor to be in the former governments, I kept on pushing replanting trees. Plant more mahogany trees. Plant more teak. Do so quickly. Let the young people go in the forest and plant trees. The fellas who are roaming and have nothing to do, give them plants, send them in the forest. Populate the country with trees, please. They're bored, they have nothing to do. Send them in the forest, give them a pickaxe, give them a good spade, and so on, and let them go and plant some trees. Spend $100,000, $200,000. Why? Because this country is needed because of the damage caused by bananas. We are running away from the damage caused by bananas. The contamination of our water table is due to the banana industry. And we don't want to talk about it. But we have to replant the trees that they destroy. Now, I'm asking, how do you measure these emissions? Now, on a lighter note, I know, of course, a lot of the problems we have with methane gas is produced by cattle dung, isn't it? And in Europe, there's a big movement, a huge movement, to reduce the consumption of cattle, of beef, so as to cut back on the emissions, because they are the most efficient producers of emissions. The member for Miku South, check the member for Soufrière, Mrs. Speaker. She's looking at me and asking me where I get that from. She has not. Did you know that? Did you know that? You didn't know that cattle is a major cause of emissions? The dung, cattle dung? Yeah. I wish you were in my classroom. Yeah. It's a major cause. And you know what I wondered? I said to myself, we do not, isn't that so? So why are you pushing cattle production? I'm just teasing. We do not have the population of cattle in St. Lucia to be alarmed about. But I'm just saying to you that in a couple of years' time, the onslaught against cattle production will commence. You know, I envisage a time in the next 10, 15 years when human beings will be asked to consume leaves alone. Human beings, leaves. But you're already doing so. You're eating cabbage, you're eating lettuce. Fellas already tell you you have to try as part of your diet, your diet, potato leaves. In Africa, potato leaves is a big part of the diet in Africa. They take the potato leaves, the sweet potato leaves, and they stew it nicely, you know, with a little seasoning pepper and a little oil, and you'd be amazed when you eat it. You'd never think you were eating. Have you tried it? Of course I did. I do it at home. Have you tried it? Well, when you go to Africa, spend your time wisely and look at some of the and look at some of the dietary practices. Because you see, that's going to be the reality. And I did tell you that this is a moment of levity, but it's a very serious matter. Because it is not that methane gas is a problem here in St. Lucia, but what is going to happen outside in the wider world will eventually go into impact. But, Minister, and I think politics, we should have to learn to laugh in politics. There are moments of levity we need to do there. How are you going to sell a message to cattle farmers that their cattle is producing methane? And what are you going to tell them? How are you going to tell them? Well, you know, on a more serious note, maybe you might have been helped in a way you did not realize. The member for Miku South, he destroyed the cattle industry in Beaufort. Remember that? Beaufort is no longer the primary producer of cattle in this country because of what they did. That's a tragedy. And I have endless elderly farmers on my hands whose livelihoods have been destroyed by it. And we don't take those things seriously, but you know, when they try to explain to him and the people of St. Lucia the enormity of the damage unleashed on the people of St. Lucia, they don't take it seriously, they think it's a joke. But he destroyed it. He destroyed the cattle farmers of Beaufort. So maybe you have been helped indirectly and you didn't know. But that's the reality of the situation. So, Mr. Speaker, that being said, I want to just mention briefly clause 22, and just to emphasize the point I made earlier. If you look at clause 22, it says the department shall, after consultation with the committee and other experts, set the greenhouse gas emission reduction target. It is a clause perhaps like this that might be useful in respect of the guidelines when I speak of building of future buildings and infrastructure. In other words, the capacity to issue guidelines about these buildings that becomes enforceable. Now, there is a possibility, as the member for Miku South said, under clause 25. There's a possibility. Because I have, if you look at my copy here, it is marked. Mr. Attorney General, clause 25 says, the minister may, in consultation with the relevant minister, develop standards and codes of practice as required to accelerate the response to climate change in accordance with the purpose of it. Now, drafters love this kind of provision because they get away with all their sins. They always tell you that there's a provision to cover nonsense. Nonsense! It is nonsense, Mr. Speaker, because they know full well that no recourse will ever have to deal with specific ministries or specific entities under this. They'll tell you the general power is there. Nonsense! If my point resonates with you, Mr. Attorney General, what you can do if you like is to amend this and put in a clause there to deal with this issue of physical info. It is too important to allow undefined and unregulated in this. The minister and his committees will never do what I'm talking about, and this is too vague to allow this to happen. And I really want to urge the Speaker, in all seriousness, that something be done in that regard, and this is too vague. But I know, Speaker, whenever I stand up to speak about legislation, the people in my own party attack me and criticize me. You know that, Speaker? They tell you, oh, I come to Parliament, I come to criticize the government. Why didn't I tell the government that before? And I know there are even other colleagues who share that kind of view. Let me tell you all something. You see St. Lucia? St. Lucia, you see walls? Careful. You never know who you're talking to. You go and sit down at a dinner in one of the hotels or elsewhere, and you talk and talk. You don't know who you're talking to. You don't know who is a relative of who. You don't know who is a friend of who. You don't know who went to bed with who. That's the harsh reality of your society. So when you see I come in this chamber and I make oblique references, don't feel that I don't know. Don't feel because I say it that I'm not aware of it. But you know, Speaker, it reflects so many things. The lack of understanding of the role of a backbencher in Parliament, the lack of appreciation sometimes to understand that some points don't come to you immediately, that it takes a little while before. And it is not intended to mount an assault on the government or the Attorney General or the Minister. These little things along the passage of time you pick up. So, Mr. Speaker, I actually applaud the legislation. The Minister is creating a bureaucracy, it is true. And I don't like bureaucracy. I have attacked bureaucracy, that we love too much bureaucracy. He's creating a bureaucracy, but then he has to make a start. And I hope that as time goes along, he may want to make adjustments, because you see, bureaucracy is our enemy. It is our enemy. Everything in St. Lucia now, because you know why? We don't trust each other no more. We have lost the ability of good administration, so everything we want is rules and procedure. I'm sure you're a victim of that in your ministry. Yes? Yes? You want advice? But you'll never come to me for advice, because what I tell you, you wouldn't want to follow it. But that's the reality that we have in this country, Mr. Speaker. So it is, in a sense, a bureaucracy is creating, but an understandable bureaucracy, but minimize future problems by getting it right. We have to tackle this problem of infrastructure in this country. And trust me, you will, if we do so, you will give confirmation that as a government we were ahead of our time. This Labour Party has always been ahead of its time. That's one of the strengths we have had. And when I hear all of you, you don't realize it, but you're confirming we are ahead of our time. When we gave out laptops, we were ahead of our time. We understood where these things were going. We understood where the world was going. When we decided to fight cable and wireless and decentralize communications and create a competitive environment, we were ahead of our time.
Member for Report South, you
yes,
have 5 minutes.
I'm ahead of my time.
5 minutes to conclude your presentation.
I'm ahead of my time, Mr. Speaker. All I'm saying to my colleagues, confirm we are ahead of our time, and let's continue to live ahead of our time by doing what is right and doing what is bold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Liability.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my presentation was delayed slightly because of climate change. What happened there is because of climate change. Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my support for the climate change bill, especially as one who interacts with matters of climate diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, the United Nations states on its website that climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns. Such shifts can be natural due to changes in the sun's activity or large volcanic eruptions. We, however, know, Mr. Speaker, despite the naysayers and the climate deniers, that since the 1800s, human activities have been the main driver of climate change, primarily due to the burning of fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the period 2011 to 2020 was the warmest on record, and each of the last 4 decades have been warmer than any previous period since 1850. Mr. Speaker, the average temperature of the Earth's surface is about 1.1 degree hotter than in the last 1800s, in the late 1800s, the period preceding the Industrial Revolution. In fact, based on data up to October last year, it is estimated to be the hottest on record and is currently 1.43 degrees hotter than the pre-industrial period, according to Samantha Burgess, Deputy Director of CCCS. Mr. Speaker, on the face of it, these increases in temperature may not sound significant, but Mr. Speaker, the effects of these increases in temperature include intense droughts, water scarcity, severe fires, and of course, catastrophic rising sea levels, melting polar ice, and declining biodiversity. Mr. Speaker, so serious is climate change that it has been called an existential threat, as it represents a threat to many species and to human society as we know it. According to Kiran Setia, professor at MIT, if humans do nothing to slow climate change, global temperatures may increase by 4.5 degrees by the year 2100. This would indeed be a disaster, Mr. Speaker. Planet Earth has not been that warm in millions of years, and such temperature spikes in our planet's history are connected to mass extinction events that killed off a large percentage of species that existed at the time. These threats, Mr. Speaker, are going to be greatest for people living in coastal communities, coastal cities, and island nations. So, Mr. Speaker, St. Lucia, like other small island developing states, are the most vulnerable to the effects of climate change due to rising sea levels, intense storms, and droughts. It is extremely unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that while our small island developing states emit very small amounts of greenhouse gases, we are the countries that face the worst consequences of climate change, with some of us literally at risk of our very own existence. In St. Lucia's case, Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that we emit 0.0015% of global emissions in 2016. The source for this, Mr. Speaker, is our updated nationally determined contributions to the United Nations Framework on Climate Change Convention in 2021. In contrast, the largest emitters of greenhouse gases are China, the United States, Europe, India, and Russia. The emission of greenhouse gases has not been treated as a cost, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, those countries and companies responsible for greenhouse gas emissions do not treat the cost of mitigating these emissions within their own cost. This, Mr. Speaker, is a classic case of market failure and an example of what economists call a negative externality. The importance of climate change and the consequences of climate change have been elevated as the most important issue to our global multilateral institutions, including the United Nations, the World Bank, and the IMF. The bill before this House, Mr. Speaker, is indicative of the level of seriousness that St. Lucia places on climate change. We, like other seeds, Mr. Speaker, have the most to lose for activities that we are not responsible for. This further highlights the importance of cooperation and collaboration at the global level, as we all share, Mr. Speaker, an interest in protecting the planet that we all share. This bill, Mr. Speaker, puts into the law the agreements arrived at by the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, and of course, the other protocols, Mr. Speaker, on climate change. This bill, Mr. Speaker, clearly establishes the institutional framework for climate change in the government. In particular, recognizes the minister responsible for sustainable development as the Minister for Climate Change and establishes a climate change committee which serves as a technical advisory body and whose functions are listed in section 12.2 of the bill. The passage of the bill, Mr. Speaker, is indeed coming at a critical time, coming on the heels of the 28th Conference of Parties, or COP28. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, the developing countries must collectively advocate for compensation from the effects of climate change, as we are incurring huge costs in dealing with climate change, which is likely to exacerbate in the future. It is also important, Mr. Speaker, that our countries continue to advocate that our temperature does not rise above 1.5 degrees Celsius as enshrined in Article 4 of the Paris Agreement. This requires, Mr. Speaker, for all countries to reduce the consumption of fossil fuels and to move towards renewable energy sources. Notwithstanding the foregoing, Mr. Speaker, it is now an open secret in climate circles that achieving 1.5 degrees Celsius is no longer achievable. While this target remains the official target set in 2015 by the Paris Agreement, the major emitters have not exhibited the political will to undertake the necessary reforms to achieve this target. Global coal consumption climbed to an all-height in 2022, and Chevron and ExxonMobil have invested a combined amount of $113 billion in securing additional oil and gas reserves, in effect anticipating that demand for fossil fuel will remain buoyant. It has become evident that we are heading towards global temperatures of at least 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. In fact, the International Energy Agency estimates that based on current policies, global temperatures will rise by at least 2.4 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. This, Mr. Speaker, is stark and gloomy news for countries like St. Lucia. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it is estimated that a future beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels will look very different from our own current situation. At 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, it is estimated that around 40% of the world's population will be exposed to severe heat waves, while 1/3 will experience chronic water scarcity. The human cost, Mr. Speaker, in terms of displacement, lost livelihoods, and early deaths will be unprecedented, with vulnerable communities, largely in poorer countries, bearing the heaviest burden. Mr. Speaker, we are one of those countries. It is therefore important that we develop the proper institutional structure to ensure that we can measure these impacts and to make vociferous representation at the global multilateral theaters to advocate for our own very survival by way of receiving adequate compensation through loss and damage and for climate adaptation. Mr. Speaker, this legislation provides the platform for ensuring that we develop the institutional capacity for putting in place the necessary mechanisms to advocate for climate justice, develop and implement projects to ensure that we can protect our people and the necessary resources vital to our survival. This is indeed a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker, and it represents an existential crisis to St. Lucia and its people. Mr. Speaker, I am aware that St. Lucia has prepared a 10-year national adaptation plan for the period and sectoral adaptation strategies and action plans, as well as national adaptation policies. These plans and policies will be given greater importance as they will be recognized in law, Mr. Speaker. So whilst I paint that picture, a very serious one indeed, Mr. Speaker, this government is responding by putting the necessary legislation in place to respond to this global threat. Mr. Speaker, this issue of climate finance is particularly important for St. Lucia. And while the minister and his team will be advocating for more finance for mitigation and adaptation activities, it is important that we have the institutional framework to ensure that we can effectively engage in dialogue with the multilateral agencies, including the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, and now the Loss and Damage Fund, which was approved at COP27, and seen as a major breakthrough for developing countries as it provides for loss and damage funding for vulnerable countries hit hard by climate disasters. This act, Mr. Speaker, provides for putting in mechanisms for loss and damage. I must say at this point, Mr. Speaker, that implementation and the absence of capacity has been an area that we need to improve upon, and it is an area that we need to consider in the implementation of this bill. It is expected, Mr. Speaker, that developed countries will stop hesitating on the promise to provide $100 billion annually for climate change to developing countries, and hopefully will fulfill that promise. Maybe COP29 will be the breakthrough moment. I think COP29 will be taking place in Azerbaijan from November 11 to 24, 2024. I'm hoping that they are going to be a serious breakthrough for that. Equally important, Mr. Speaker, is that we stand prepared to ensure that we can maximize the utilization of potential funds for climate change. Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to be long, and as I take my brief intervention to its logical conclusion, I would like to say again, I give my full support to the climate change bill as it provides a governance structure for the government to effectively manage and deal with all issues relating to climate change from an international, regional, and national perspective. Mr. Speaker, I commend the bill and I commend the Minister. I thank you for granting me leave.
Member for Castries East.
Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I don't comment on this climate change bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whereas we know the effects of climate change on us, on the country, and the less developed countries, because we meet the least and we suffer the most, Mr. Speaker. I want to urge the people of St. Lucia to adopt matters or adopt changes in their life, things they can control, Mr. Speaker. Very simple things. Mr. Speaker, we know of all the things that we do not control. But there are some simple things that we should practice as a people, Mr. Speaker. I speak about disposal of waste and garbage in our rivers and waterways, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are very simple things. This morning on my way to work, Mr. Speaker, I was looking into the Waterworks Road waterway. And in them, Mr. Speaker, were fridges, stoves, old chairs, machines, pieces of wood, all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker, that when the rain falls, it will cause flooding because it will block the waterways, Mr. Speaker, and then people will come and say their house got flooded and the government must intervene because their house got flooded, Mr. Speaker. Very, very simple things, Mr. Speaker. Clean the drains in front of our house, Mr. Speaker. Very simple. Clean it. If everybody cleans it, and I remember reading the Singapore story, and they will always speak about Singapore. We are 238 square mile country, just like Singapore. That rhetoric that, like, none of us never ran any business before. Singapore, Mr. Speaker. The essence of Singapore was in many cases, each individual doing something. There was a flower planting time. There was a time when everybody was asked to plant in front of their home to beautify the whole street, Mr. Speaker. If everybody cleans in front of their drain, Mr. Speaker, the water will not cause flooding in some cases. Very, very simple things, Mr. Speaker. And we've reached a stage where to kill in front of your home, you need a contract. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very serious situation, Mr. Speaker, in that instead of everybody cleaning their legal space, they need a contract, Mr. Speaker. Another issue is the prevalence of people who have lots in Castries and do not clear it. They have lots in Castries, in areas, they do not clear it, Mr. Speaker, and bush and grass grows, so you have a little part in the kitchen where there is overgrown bushes, people throw garbage in there. Mr. Speaker, all these simple things, if we practice them as a people, Mr. Speaker, can help us adapt to what is inevitable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to touch on the insurance factor, Mr. Speaker. Insurance premiums are increasing every day. It's very difficult to insure your house, Mr. Speaker, because of the prevalence of hurricanes in the region, Mr. Speaker. And a big threat to our tourism industry is the cost of insurance for properties near the water, near the sea, Mr. Speaker, near the beaches. So climate change has very serious repercussions for the people of the country. And whereas we may not be able to deal with the big things, each of us, in our own little way, must understand that we can assist, we can help, Mr. Speaker, by using simple things, Mr. Speaker. Everybody wants the construction of walls and such, Mr. Speaker. There are grasses and things you can use to help mitigate against landslides. Very simple, Mr. Speaker. And the minister in charge of forestry, Mr. Speaker, he will have to ensure that his ministry causes education in that regard, Mr. Speaker. We have spoken about that several times before. How little things, little mitigation methods, Mr. Speaker, that do not cost a lot of money, but will assist in this phenomenon of climate change, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the bill, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Sustainable Development is very passionate, Mr. Speaker. He also is the minister who has responsibility for SEDIMA, Mr. Speaker. I thought he was very capable to take over the reins of SEDIMA, and he's doing a very, very good job with SEDIMA, Mr. Speaker. And he also was representing St. Lucia at COP 28, Mr. Speaker, and he gave a good account for himself, Mr. Speaker. And that's how the Labour Party is growing. That is how each one of us is developing, Mr. Speaker. So when the time comes, each one of us will learn from each other to have a formidable team to continue leading this country into the future. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the climate change bill be read a second time. I now put member for Denry North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I promise not to delay the proceedings for much longer, except to just briefly comment on some of the free contributions that came subsequent to me presenting the bill. Mr. Speaker, let me start off with the contribution from the member for Castries East and Prime Minister. I think the Prime Minister made a very important point when he attempted to establish that nexus between solid waste management or indiscriminate dumping of waste in our waterways and how that can adversely affect our country, particularly given the fact that we know one of the things coming out of climate change is that we have more severe flooding and things of that sort. Mr. Speaker, but he also made a very important point, and it is a point that has been made at some of the regional and international meetings that I've attended in the realm of climate change. And it is something that has been spoken about extensively, that the Caribbean is becoming uninsurable, and that the big insurance companies, they are looking to invest elsewhere because of the frequency with which the weather systems visit our shores. That even before we are able to recover and insurance companies are able to pay for the damages inflicted, Mr. Speaker, there's another one on the horizon waiting to unleash. So it is something that we have to look at, and in our building codes, etc., we have to ensure that we invest in more climate resilient infrastructure to make us a region that insurance companies would want to invest monies in. Mr. Speaker, the member for Liability, he spoke about the main offenders in terms of global greenhouse gas emissions, and he attempted to establish a comparison between St. Lucia, which is practically at net zero, meaning that we do not contribute any greenhouse, we do not contribute or emit greenhouse gases in comparison to the amount of trees and forest coverage that we have, but yet we are the ones living on the front line of climate change and bearing the brunt of climate change. Mr. Speaker, he also mentioned some of the funding sources and he spoke about the Green Climate Fund or the GCF. He also mentioned the Adaptation Fund and the Loss and Damage Fund. And I can tell you, one of the painstaking features of the whole climate change discourse is the amount of bureaucracy and the frustration you have to put up with on a daily basis trying to negotiate for monies to build back after you've been impacted by a weather system. And I think that was a very telling point. Mr. Speaker, naturally the longest of the contributions came from the very learned member from Viewfort South. And I've always said that whenever he presents on a bill in this House, it's always an exercise in legal education for which we don't have to pay. And so there's always a lot to learn. But as I would have indicated, Mr. Speaker, when I presented the legislation, I cited that this was the first of its kind. There would be some issues with the draft that is being presented here today, but it is something that we will constantly be reworking, of course, making the legislation tighter and addressing some of the issues that he cited in his contribution. But he also made a very important point as it relates to public education. Now, the custom, from what I know in this honorable House, is that legislation always comes with a lexicon of the area or the trade. But it is up to us as public officials and as heads of agencies, Mr. Speaker, to go out there and ensure that we distill the information in the bill and we present it to people on a level and in terms that they can understand. But climate change is too serious a phenomenon as it impacts our country for the entire population not to be sensitized and educated in terms of how serious an impact climate change can have on the development of our country. He mentioned methane gas coming out of cattle production and livestock rearing, Mr. Speaker. Let me just say very quickly that we are working with the Center for Clean Air Policy. That is a non-profit organization established in Washington, D.C., and they are spending millions of dollars working with Latin America and the Caribbean, selected countries, of course, to deal with the emission of methane at landfills. And St. Lucia happens to be one of the countries benefiting from that particular program. Mr. Speaker, the proposed legislation, I believe, is progressive. It is timely. As I indicated, it is the first of its kind in the Caribbean, and it really accentuates the appreciation that we have as an administration to climate change and the debilitating impact it can have on the socioeconomic landscape of our country. Mr. Speaker, there are adjustments to be made. We will continually rework the legislation, and as time permits, Mr. Speaker, we will have a refined piece of legislation that will be more aligned and more in keeping with some of the issues that have been highlighted here today. I expected for there to have been issues and questions to have been asked, but as I indicated, this is work in progress, and as we move forward, we will look to have a much tighter piece of legislation that will guide and inform the general climate change discourse in our country.
Honorable members, the question is that the climate change bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many of that opinion, say aye. As many have a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to implement the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Paris Agreement, and the Kyoto Protocol to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change to provide for the functions of the department responsible for climate change matters, to establish an electronic climate change database, and the Climate Change Committee to set the parameters for the development of a climate change adaptation policy, the National Adaptation Plan, the nationally determined contribution, and to account for greenhouse gas emissions and for related matters. There's something down there. Put it down. Put it down.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 3.
Force of law.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 4.
Purposes of this act.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 5.
Act binds the crown.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 1. Clause 6 to 17.
Administration.
Part 1. Clause 6 to 17 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 2. Clause 18 to 20.
Climate change and adaptation policy and national adaptation plan.
Member for
Mr. Chair, I want to suggest an adjustment. Clause 18, instead of 10 years, let us reduce that to 5 years in the first instance. Clause 18, the department shall, in collaboration with the committee, coordinate the development of the climate change adaptation policy every 10 years. I'm asking that this be changed to 5 years.
It's also in 19, no?
Yes, in 19 as well. I was waiting for him to get to 19.
Okay, so we remove the word 10 and 10, replace it with 5.
That's in clause 18. And in clause 19, we change 10 years to 5 years as well. 22 is not in that section. No, okay. Yeah, that's part 3.
Part 2, as amended, stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 3, clauses 21 to 22.
Greenhouse gas emissions.
Member for Denry North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to propose an adjustment, clause 22. The department shall, after consultation with the committee, can we just strike off the second the, THE?
Noted, so we delete the second the. Part 3, clauses 21 to 22, as amended, stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 4, clauses 23.
Nationally determined contribution.
Part 4, clause 23 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 5, clause 24 to 27.
Miscellaneous.
Part 5, clause 24 to 27 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 1.
Climate priority sectors.
Schedule 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 2.
Kyoto Protocol to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change.
Schedule 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 3.
Paris Agreement.
Schedule 3 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 4.
United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change.
Schedule 4 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 5.
List of agency represented on the committee.
Schedule 5 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title and commencement.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the climate change bill went through committee stages with amendments to clause 18, clause 19, and clause 22. Honorable Minister of Education, Sustainable Development, Innovation, Science, Technology, and Vocational Training.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and that will be read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the climate change bill be read a third time and pass. I now put the question. As many are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many have a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Climate Change Act 2024.
Member for Castries South.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that this Honorable House adjourn to Tuesday, February 20th, 2024 at 10 a.m. I also move that this Honorable House do meet in joint session with the Honorable Senate on Wednesday, 21st February 2024 at 10 a.m. to receive a message from His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, on the occasion of the 45th anniversary of St. Lucia's independence in the Parliament Chamber.
Honorable members, just before I move for the adjournment, this morning that skipped my mind during my announcement to congratulate our sprint sensation Julian Alfred, who just recently clocked 7 seconds in the 60-meter dash indoors, the fastest in the world this year. And in the absence of the sports minister, I ask members to join me in congratulating her on this wonderful achievement. Honorable members, the question is that this House be adjourned to Tuesday, February 20th, 2024 at 10 a.m. And also that this Honorable House do meet in joint session with the Senate on Wednesday, 21st February 2024 at 10 a.m. to receive a message from His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, on the occasion of the 45th anniversary of St. Lucia's independence in the Parliament Chamber. Now, as many of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many have a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. House adjourned to Tuesday, February 20th, 2024 at 10 a.m. Toutes ces mona, c'est Mambalama qui a fini là, qui a applaudi. C'est Honorable Jeremiah Norbert, comme c'est lui qui est Deputy Speaker, et qui a applaudi puisqu'il tient une session entièrement aujourd'hui avec il fait un bon travail comme enfin c'est lui qui était responsable. Peut-être au président savent qui c'est Speaker qui est constitué là. Pas tellement gaillard, c'est raison qui fait il tenu pour faire chaîne session, ça c'est Deputy Speaker tenu pour chaîne session aujourd'hui. Mais ça qui était discuté à part de c'est trois motions pour prêter de l'argent pour différents sujets. Une c'était pour aider ma jeunesse, jeune travail. Avec ça, c'est le gouvernement pour prêter 11 500 000 $.
et aussi en l'autre situation côté gouvernement prêté 42 700 000 pour ça c'est pour développer ça nous avons créé résilience pour bâtir situation et bien un projet qui fort pour aider pays à développer en ligne ça là et dernièrement le gouvernement pour prêter en l'autre 2 343 908 $. Ça c'est l'argent américain pour aider développer assez ça il a créé community tourism, ça c'est pour aider simer les affaires tourisme à toutes ces différentes communes là côté où moun ça a une chance, c'est pas seulement un hôtel avec bagaille comme ça mais finalement la tenir en bill et bien en loi qui gouvernement passé qui semble ça c'est premier en ces pays OICS là pour développer ça il y a que climate change c'est situation changement climat qui a affecté pays en pile avec Dr. Kenny Anthony comme c'est un avocat même avec le premier ministre en passé il parlait en pile à ce ça avec malgré qu'il y a un débat mais généralement il supportait.
Yes, Michael, and Dr. Anthony's contribution to the climate change bill was some of the wording and the phrasing, the technical language, and they were saying what it did was really open up the government, to some liability. He also pinpointed the fact that even the industrialized countries were not even implementing, some of their own measures to reduce green gases emissions, and the conventions, the international conventions being forced on small countries even without the resources. So these were some of his concerns as he spoke on the bill. But yes, all in all, it was an interesting session. I think it is important to note that the member for Meeting North had brilliant out of the chambers in some kind of misunderstanding or dispute. I must say it's not the first time that we are seeing this this kind of action by the member for Lincoln North. But all in all, the House is adjourned and is set to meet on Tuesday. February 20th.
Oui.
20th. So thank you so much for joining us here at the studios of NTNGIS. On behalf of the technical team and the members of staff, I am Rachel Leonti with
Michael Gaspar, nous avons Dédé, avec nous avons maintenant Otis en studio nous pour créer information en station télévision NTN.